Now, from the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Good morning. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you along with us on this midweek edition. Coming up, we start with the NBA and why Giannis might be looking to leave Milwaukee. He is unhappy with the trade that was made yesterday, or at least the signing of Miles Turner from the Pacers. In 20 minutes, the WNBA continues to focus on the Fever, but this time, it's Sophie Cunningham making headlines after disparaging Detroit, and Motown is already clapping back. Then we blind draft our favorite July 4th activities at 6:40 during the 7 o'clock hour. All right, baby, it's time for some college football. And Paul Feinbaum talks about the one SEC player who could be the best quarterback since Tim Tebow. I wonder who that could be. We'll also tell you which plays are standing out to us in Major League Baseball before we whine about it on this Wednesday. At 8 o'clock, we continue looking at all the news in the hardwood before John Parado, Major League Baseball reporter for the Associated Press, Forbes, and Baseball Digest joins the show. And finally, before we take a couple days off, best bets on this Wednesday along with the Donkster at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Chelsea, I'm excited because it's our Friday. Good morning.
Yeah, one more day. One more day.
One more day. Just me. I was like, who's going to be left in the cold? It's me. One more day. But you're right.
This is exactly how the bosses want us being at work. Being like, listen, we're going to mail it in for the entirety of the show. But listen, isn't that like part of the magic of like the summer? I feel like most things kind of feel a little bit more relaxed. Like, it doesn't feel this way during the normal calendar month. So I'm not saying that I'm not going to do anything on the show. I am just going to say that it's going to feel a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more fun, because it's July 2nd. You know, nobody's getting anything done in corporate offices across America this week.
No, that's true. The lovely Catherine was like, it's kind of a slow time. And even she is someone, as I've always said, who works really hard. Like, she's always stressing about work. And even for her to say it's kind of slow right now is a rare thing. But I think you're right. I'm going to be slow and go all show. Hey, what do you think about the Phillies game today? Who cares? Who cares? What do you think? I'll just throw it back to you. I'm already in vacation mode. Yesterday, I was a psycho. Like, I did the laundry. I did the dishes. I vacuumed. I made sure Bijou had fresh water across the house. I had all of my invoices that I eventually give to the Commanders prepared ahead of time, like 2 weeks in advance. I just cleared out everything so that when I'm done with this show, guess what I have on the docket? Nothing. Not probably a drink. I don't know who's open at 9:30. I'll find somebody, but it's going to be great. I'm super excited. And I love this time of year anyway, at least for Independence Day.
Yeah, what's a 4th of July cocktail? Like, I was just thinking that you need to have like a bomb pop, but that feels like kind of creepy. If you're like, I'm going to suck on some bomb pops, but cool. So is there a 4th of July cocktail that I'm missing on? Like, I tend to think of just like beer. Is there something that I'm missing?
I think it's just a nice cold beer. Grab yourself a Miller Lite, a Coors Light, a Busch, whatever you like. Just go ahead and grab. I know, that's pretty gross.
Busch Light?
Grab yourself a PBR and just go for it. What?
That's your reward for all your
Here
chores.
You go.
An ice cold Busch Light.
Denton said, a great American lager. Ice cold, you toss it back, you salute a friend of yours, and you say, Happy Independence Day. Dylan said a tequila shot. It's not Cinco de Mayo.
No. I did see at the grocery store, they have it's either Miller Lite or Bud Light, where they have all of the cases arranged in an American flag. It's the most American
yeah.
thing I've ever seen. Like, I
Love it.
feel like growing up, I remember seeing those displays. I'm like, whoa, I want to work in a grocery store one day so I can make these cool displays. So, needless to say, that dream was not fulfilled.
Let me tell you, I worked in a grocery store for a couple years and did just about everything. You don't want to work in a grocery store. That's tough labor. That's hard work. It doesn't seem like it's hard work, but it's hard work. It's not enough pay, and then customers are terrible. But quite a time. Denton says a seltzer. Also, I love a good seltzer, like a good White Claw, honestly. No shame in that. No shame in that. Also, no shame in your bets this week, Chelsea. Just you continue this quiet, solid run.
So my screen just went completely black.
Whoa.
So that's fun. But I'm pretty sure I can recap my bets from memory. So the Phillies game got postponed. Rangers game, we had the first 5 run line in this game. And I remember this one inning, so I'm assuming we won this one. But Jacob deGrom on the mound, why would you not take the Rangers laying the run line against the lowly Orioles? So I think I went 1-1 for the night, if my memory serves me correctly.
No, you went 1-0. 1-0.
1-0
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, postponed, so that's not a push. That's just, doesn't count. You're 1-0. Nice job. I was on that play as well on the Rangers. That was the win. Couple losses. Had Angels, Braves, first 5 over 5. 0-0. Okay, guys, that was a loss. And then once again, okay, I made a promise yesterday. If the Rockies burn me, I'm not betting on them again. Once again, I had the Astros on the run line against the Rockies. The Astros go into the 9th inning again. I've lost 3 or 4 bets on the Rockies, or fading the Rockies, in the 9th inning. It happened again. I don't know what's going on. Astros were on top 6-4. I'm like, dude, you have one of the best bullpens in Major League Baseball. 3 outs, I'm out of here. I'm a winner. No, the Rockies get 1. Astros win 6-5. That means I lose, so I am holding to my promise. No more fading the Rockies. They are my kryptonite on this show. As for the Donkster, he had the Phillies on the run line against the Padres. Again, that game canceled, or postponed, I should say. So for the week, you're 2-0. I am 2-3. The Donkster is 0-1. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us on this midweek edition. Let's begin in the NBA, where the Bucks making moves. They waived Damian Lillard yesterday and intend to sign Miles Turner of the Pacers to a 4-year, $107 million deal. So what the Bucks are going to do is stretch the remaining $113 million on Lillard's contract to make room for Turner. So Turner, 29, averaged 15 points, 6 boards last season in Indiana. But the bigger story coming out of this is that Chris Haynes, NBA insider, reports that Giannis is really upset at the Bucks for making this move. And then Giannis himself, which this is not really like Giannis to sort of, display how unhappy he is, but he posted a picture on X of him smoking a cigar after winning the NBA title, and it has the closed caption on it, "I don't know what's going on right now, man." So it seems to me, or it appears at least on the surface, that the Bucks didn't really run this by Giannis. And so we're seeing the Bucks now 20-1 to win the East. The Pacers have fallen because they got rid of Turner. Tyrese Halliburton is injured. They've fallen from 18-1 to 30-1 to win the East. But now Milwaukee has a problem, which is they brought in someone that Giannis isn't quite sure about. And when you've got a guy who's got a couple years remaining on his contract before he makes a decision about his future, we've speculated a lot whether or not Giannis will leave. It's not going to help.
I still think he's playing it. He's kind of riding the fence post here. Is that, he's saying, I don't know what's going on, but he is not outwardly expressed like, hey, I hate all these moves. Because here's the thing. If they want to keep Giannis, they will have to get a better team around him. And Damian Lillard tearing his Achilles or tearing his ACL just kind of put him in a really tough spot because they're owing him a lot of money, and you don't get better by not adding pieces. So as much as Brook Lopez meant to that franchise, you bring in a younger center in Miles Turner that looks like he's probably going to be an upgrade. I think this is a good move for the Bucks, and especially for Giannis being able to play a 4 instead of a 5 and, have that true center on the court. So I know everybody is saying like, oh, Giannis is mad, Giannis is angry. he hasn't come out and said that. And like, what are the Bucks supposed to do? Not build around him and see the same stuff we saw last year? That didn't work.
Well, yeah, but you've got reports that he's unhappy. I mean, he hasn't come out and said it outside of posting this, but Chris Haynes, as I mentioned, the NBA insider, is reporting like Giannis is really unhappy with this. And he's a guy who's pretty plugged in. So if you take that into account and the fact that Giannis is posting this, I mean, Giannis hasn't said as much, but I feel like if you're putting 2 and 2 together here, it sort of makes sense. Based on reports, it seems like he's really unhappy with what's going on. So maybe he comes around. But I feel like that, this is interesting. I'm sorry to cut myself off here. So Double D is putting in the chat that Chris Haynes is cousins with Giannis's wife. So if anybody would know, he would. Star players are never, always on board with any sort of move. But I think there's probably, if there's smoke here, there's probably fire. And if you're Giannis, this is a guy who was, sort of going back and forth and hasn't really committed to Milwaukee. So if he is unhappy with this move, then, this doesn't bode well for his future. And I've come around to the idea, I would have said maybe a year or so ago, Giannis isn't going to leave. He seems like a guy who loves Milwaukee and he won a championship there. But now, the more I see and the more you hear, I don't know if that's the case.
I just think that he can be unhappy that some of his friends got traded because he did do a little tribute to Brook Lopez, who was a big part of their championship run, but also kind of understand the business and know that you have to get better. Because again, like he didn't outright put anything saying that, like, I hate these moves. So maybe he is upset, especially about the Damian Lillard thing, because that thing sticks out to me as well, is the way that they did it for Damian Lillard. And his agent claims that he found out the way that the rest of us found out. And he found out on social media, which that feels tough for somebody like Damian Lillard, who was a prize, pickup, back when he came for the Blazers, because that was a big deal. Damian Lillard was one of those guys where we thought was going to be in Portland forever. And so it was a big deal for him to go to the Bucks. And now he's unceremoniously waived. It just feels like an unfair way to treat somebody who was once labeled a superstar.
Yeah, and is a superstar, but certainly a guy who, coming back from an injury like that, it's brutal in the East right now. I feel really bad for these guys. I mean, whether it's Jason Tatum, whether it's Tyrese Halliburton, whether it's Damian Lillard, these are just brutal injuries that are so difficult from which to recover. So that's why when you look at the odds right now, all of a sudden you're seeing a team like the Magic with the third best odds to win the East because, that conference has gotten just so much weaker by virtue of all of the injuries. No such problem in the West, where Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is getting paid. The Thunder signed him to a 4-year, $285 million extension, making him the highest paid player in NBA history. He will average, holy Lord, $71.5 million a year, but he has earned it. Averaged league high 32.7 points during the regular season, just over 30 points a game during the NBA Finals. Became just the 11th player in NBA history to win regular season MVP and the Finals MVP in the same season. So this was going to happen. It's a great signing, but long term, we've talked about, could this be a dynasty for Oklahoma City? This is a Thunder team that is so young and so talented. Could they run it back and win multiple titles? The problem is now you've got such studs like Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren. They will sign massive deals, and in the NBA, they may not have a salary cap, but if you get past that second apron, then all of a sudden, you can get in the weeds with this, but it's very, very punitive. Like, you can't make sign and trades. You could lose draft picks. It's very difficult to go over that second apron and to be able to maneuver your roster in a way that keeps you competitive. So is signing SGA going to make it more difficult, at least to this amount of money? Is it going to make it more difficult for the Thunder to maybe be some sort of dynasty?
Yeah, I think basic math, yes.
Yeah.
But if anybody has proven he knows how to run a franchise, it's Sam Presti, right? So I don't know who's doing their books and how they can keep doing the math to keep this as a championship level team. But at least they're very young because, like you said, most of these guys are still, coming up on these big deals. Like SGA had to get his. He's 26 years old. But, like, there's still a lot of young guys on this team. So I still think the window is certainly now for the Thunder. But I suppose we'll see. This will be a big challenge for Sam Presti, and it's not a new one. Like, we have seen this year in and year out in the NBA, and I think there's a reason why I think it's been 7 straight years and we haven't had a repeat champ in the NBA because it's difficult. Once you reach the mountaintop, the only thing harder is repeating, and we see that because a lot of these guys have to make a lot of money.
Yeah, I think you nailed it with Sam Presti. If there's anyone who can maneuver this in a way that works out, especially with the Thunder who still have a pretty big lot of draft picks because they've just accumulated these over time. They'll be able to do something here, I feel like, to mitigate this. What that will be, we're going to find out here in the next couple of years. Coming up next, Sophie Cunningham has quickly become one of the most popular stars in women's basketball, but not in Detroit. That is next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network, and it is great to have you with us on this Wednesday morning good time edition. Normally it's Friday, but this is our Friday. Dylan suggested that, and I think that is a great suggestion, so we're going to have a good time on this midweek edition. Coming up on the show, the WNBA is expanding, and one current star isn't exactly thrilled with one of the choices. So, Chelsea, I don't know if you believe the idea that we're living in a simulation, but I believe that we are. So, let me backtrack.
5:21 a.m.
I know. Here's the thing. This happened yesterday, and I was like, what is going on? Like, who is controlling me like a sim? Like, who is controlling the world around me? So, last week, I believe it was, or maybe a couple weeks ago, Denton was telling the story about how, refresh my memory, it's Gen Z that is using toupees now. They're going back to toupees. Remember that?
Yeah, toupees are apparently in.
Toupees are in.
Toupees are in,
right.
Apparently.
Right, apparently. I don't know how I feel about that. I would just say, shave the head, bald is beautiful, whatever. So we talked about toupees on the show. Then yesterday on this show, we talked about, and just like that, the Sex and the City offspin or offshoot, which, how is that thing still going? We talked about that on the show. And then yesterday, after this show, when I was getting ready for today's show and I was preparing, there was the Sophie Cunningham news, which we're about to talk about, right? So I say all of that because yesterday I finished preparing and I'm like, all right, I got some time here. I get everything done. I'm going to go down the street. I'm going to go visit some friends. I'm going to have a martini or two. And I'm sitting there at the bar. I swear to God, I open my phone. I open TikTok. The first TikTok I see, the first one, is about Sophie Cunningham. I've never seen a Sophie Cunningham TikTok ever. I don't follow her. It's the first thing that pops up. I look up, MSNBC is on, and there's a big banner that says, coming up next, the producer of And Just Like That from Sex and the City. I'm like, okay, that's weird. And then I look to my left, hand to God, there is a guy a stool down from me, obviously wearing a toupee. And I'm like, I don't know what is going on here, but this is really strange that all of this happened in one moment where it was like, phone, what the hell? TV, what the hell? And I looked to my left like, what is going on here? It was really bizarre. Those are a lot of coincidences in one place.
It is, but I feel like they can be explained, right? Like, especially the Sophie Cunningham one, because number one, she's just really famous now. And number two, your phone is definitely listening. That is not a coincidence. You talk about something on the show, weird. The algorithm says, hey, maybe they want to watch some videos on Sophie Cunningham. So I feel like that one's super explainable. Is there something new going on with the Sex and the City franchise? Like, I knew there was a reboot, but is there a new season coming out? Like, that's the only thing I can think of.
No. They were just like, hey, coming up next, we'll talk to this guy. And I can't remember the last time I saw a toupee. And I'm not talking about like, hey, this fits my narrative. This kind of looks like a toupee. You know when you see a bad toupee? Like, you know what it looks like. It doesn't look good. I was like, that is a toupee. So it was just strange. I know they can be explained, but it was really bizarre.
The only thing you were missing from rounding out the full quartet of BetMGM things is if the bartender was doing a key bump of smelling salts. If that would have happened, I would have left the bar and be like, I'm done.
He'd have been like, what's that? Hold on one second. Yeah, I'll go get it. I'd have been like, okay, that's it. I'm out of here.
Like, I'm going home. I need a nap.
Okay, can I add to the story? I saw somebody at the gym doing smelling salts, which was weird. I almost took a picture of this person smelling salts and sent it to you guys, but I thought that was creepy. I didn't want to be that person who was like, oh, let me get my phone out. But that adds to like your hypothesis, right? That everything's like all interconnected. Because like seeing smelling salts, like when's the last time you saw somebody use smelling salts in the wild? And I saw that yesterday.
That's bizarre. And by the way, our smelling salts disappeared. Are they here?
I don't know. Somebody owes me $7.99.
Yeah, somebody took them. Who in the hell steals smelling salts?
Ryan Horvat.
Janitors. Yeah, it's Horvat of the janitors.
Horvat.
It's always Ryan Horvat.
It's always Horvat. Always. When in doubt, it's like, yeah, it's probably Horvat. Bob was like, I need these to wake up every day. All right. But yeah, that was something that I was like, I got to mention this on the show. That completely freaked me out. Well, we are talking about Sophie Cunningham. Okay. And so she has become a star in her own right on the Indiana Fever because, it started really with her defending Caitlin Clark. It was like, oh, who is this? And isn't she a black belt or something in karate? Okay, so she's a black belt as well. She's also very attractive. That doesn't hurt. So she has all the makings of someone who is going to be elevated as one of the stars in the WNBA, and she's a hell of a basketball player. So we know now that the WNBA is adding 3 more teams. This is going to happen by 2030. So it really speaks to the fact that women's basketball, particularly in the pros, continues to grow and expand. They're going to go to Cleveland in 2028, Detroit in 2029, and Philly in 2030. So Sophie was asked about this yesterday, and she isn't exactly thrilled with the Motor City.
I also think that you want to listen to your players too. Like, where do they want to play? Where are they going to get excited to play and draw fans? And I do think that Miami would have been a great one. Like, everyone loves Florida. Nashville is an amazing city. Kansas City, amazing opportunity. There's a huge arena downtown that no one's using. And I think that the Women's Soccer League is showing that, like, people draw, and so I'm not so sure what the thought process is there. But at the end of the day, you also want to make sure that you're not expanding our league too fast. I think that's also another thing, that you don't want teams to totally dominate and then have teams that aren't. And so I just think that it's kind of a hard decision-making situation. But man, I don't know how excited people are to be going to Detroit or Cincinnati.
Well, okay. Here's the thing. First of all, you play in Indianapolis. Do you know what I mean? Like,
she went to Missouri. Like, she's not from New York City.
Yes. Like, they asked Caitlin Clark about this, about Cleveland, I believe. And she was like, well, I'm from Des Moines. I really like Cleveland. Like, she's from Des Moines. She's going to like anything. Sophie Cunningham is from Missouri. She plays in Indianapolis. I love Sophie, but I don't know what she's doing here. And also, the city of Detroit immediately clapped back on X. And it was pretty strong. This is what they said. The last time we were home to a WNBA team, the Detroit Shock, we ranked top 5 in attendance for 5 straight seasons. Number 1 in attendance for 3 straight seasons. Set a single game attendance record of 22,076 fans at Game 3 of the 2003 WNBA Finals. Additionally, more than 775,000 people were excited to come to Detroit for the 2024 NFL Draft. Detroit is a sports town. We're sure you'll see the same excitement for the WNBA returning. Why are you taking a shot at Detroit when you play in Indianapolis?
Well, also, the league doesn't base where they're going to put expansion teams on where you personally want to go on vacation. Like, that's not what goes into it. Right. And plus, like, they put some thought into this. I feel like Sophie Cunningham was like, well, I just thought of this question 5 seconds ago, and here's my take. No, they did a lot of research because obviously they want to sell tickets. So these are probably the cities that they think are going to sell the most tickets. Because let's think about Miami for a second. I feel like they have the most fair weather fans of just about any city in America, just because there's a lot of things to do in Miami. There's the beach, there's the nightlife. And we've seen this even when, was it the Ray Allen game where they started like leaving the stadium early? This is not a good fan base. So when you're looking like, well, we'd really love to go to Miami, you still have to sell tickets. And it feels like it wouldn't be a great city for that.
Yeah, this is just Sophie pontificating about her own personal choices. Like, I'm going to go to Miami.
Right.
I don't know why we haven't expanded to Honolulu yet. I don't know what's going on. Like, why aren't we in Hawaii? Don't we all want to go there? That's all this is. You have to have the fan base. You have to have the infrastructure. You have to have, the knowing that you're going to have the fans who are going to be there and support your team no matter what. There's a lot that goes into it. Obviously, economics as well. But she's just like, I don't want to go to Detroit. She's probably like, listen, can we go somewhere besides the Midwest? Like, I don't want to sit here and have John Cougar Mellencamp show up and talk about sweet corn for a while before I go play basketball. Like, I need to get out of the Midwest. I think Sophie is like, listen, I grew up in Missouri. Now I play in Indianapolis. Then we're going to Detroit. You got to get me out of here. She wants to go to New York, Miami, Honolulu. Why don't we have a team in the Bahamas? I don't understand. Like, she's looking at this from a purely personal perspective. But as soon as I saw like this quote, I was like, oh, here we go. And it did not disappoint.
Well, here's the thing. She needs to be careful because right now, like, most people are kind of on her side and she has like the public in the palm of her hand. If she starts saying dumb things, you can lose that. Like, she's still very hot, so it's going to be really difficult. But she needs to watch what she says because her moment is now. But you're right. Like, she can go to these places in the off season. Like, I know $78,000 or however much their salary is not a lot, but you're getting some of these sponsorships. Take a Spirit Airlines flight to Miami. You can do it.
Dylan said this in the chat. The Bahama Mamas. I mean, come on. Ooh. That's your next expansion team right there. Sophie's like, why aren't we playing in Mykonos, Greece? I don't understand why we don't expand there.
They did just win some money last night. They won the Commissioner's Cup.
That's true.
And that is a grand total of a whopping $30,000.
$30,000?
Ooh. That's
That'll buy you Mercedes in Indianapolis. Player. What's that?
Yeah, for the WNBA, like, their salaries are literally like $70,000. So that's like 30% of their salary in one night.
Yeah, the Commissioner's Cup. This is the WNBA's version of the NBA Cup, correct?
It is. Yeah, I mean, 30. So Sophie Cunningham is getting $100,000 this year. That's literally a third of her salary that she made last night. Whereas in the NBA, it's a lot more if you win.
When she has a day off,
tournament.
Straight to the local Applebee's in Indianapolis. Whatever she wants.
You might be able to go to St. Elmo's with that $30K.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, St. Elmo's. Hang out with Peyton Manning back there.
Well, since you did mention the Commissioner's Cup, the Fever captured the Commissioner's Cup last night, beating the Lynx 74-59. The Fever were 10.5-point dogs. The Fever come home at plus 390. The total was set at 158 and a hook. The under hits. Caitlin Clark, initially she was supposed to be a game-time decision. She misses this game, but it doesn't matter because Natasha Howard goes for a double-double, 16 points, 12 boards. She also holds Minnesota star Nafisa Collier to just 12 points on 6 of 18 shooting. In fact, the Lynx shoot 34.9% from the floor, worst mark of the season. They go 4 of 16 from long range. Sophie Cunningham with 13 in the win. The Fever win the Commissioner's Cup. And the fact that they did this without Caitlin Clark as 10.5-point dogs really bodes well for them. That's why right now they are 5-1 to win the WNBA title behind the Liberty and the Lynx. I think this is probably good for the Fever that they get a huge win like this without Caitlin Clark. And they've been okay without her. But when you look at the Fever, I mean, whether it's Natasha Howard, whether it's Aaliyah Boston, I mean, they have a ton of talent on that team besides Caitlin. So even when she's not on the court, they're still very talented.
Yeah, finally that quote graphic they made for me like a week ago when I said, the Fever don't need Caitlin Clark to win games. Finally it rings true because, of course, the night after they post that, like, the Fever shoot like 38% from the field and like look terrible. But you're right. There is plenty of talent on this team besides Caitlin Clark. And I do think this is a good thing, especially with the timing of like the Dewana Bonner stuff, because things like that can really rip open a team. And, you know, you can go to the clubhouse and the vibes are just weird. So when you do this, in the wake of that, in the wake of everything that goes on with Caitlin Clark and Sophie Cunningham, it shows a lot of resilience, and it just shows the talent of this team. Like you said, there are plenty of big names on the team this year as opposed to last year. So once Caitlin Clark does come back, this should be definitely a contender. I'm not sure what the price is on the Fever to win the WNBA finals, but maybe it's worth a look. I'm sure you're not getting a bargain on it because nobody's saying, oh, Caitlin Clark, never heard of her. But yeah, the Fever looked pretty good.
Yeah, 5-1 behind the Liberty and the Lynx. Liberty the favorite at plus 125. The Lynx are plus 250 or 220, I should say. Clark should be close to getting back, and she did get some good news in the interim, and we're going to talk more about this in our third hour. But she has been named one of 2 captains for the WNBA All-Star Game, and this year's All-Star Game is where? Indianapolis on the Fever's home court on July 19th. It all comes together. Coming up next on the show, we are just days away from July 4th, and since we're going to be out the next couple days, it is time to blind rank our favorite Independence Day activities. That is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I got lost in my phone there for a second. I was like, what is this? This is an alert. I'm telling you, this is how you know it's the weekend.
You got trapped in the simulation.
I got trapped. I'm like, where am I? Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Come
and I
back
look
to
over,
us.
And I was like, thank God Dylan is not wearing, or Denton is not wearing a toupee. I would have walked out if that had happened. It's great to have you with us on a Friday. Since I'm talking about Denton, he's going to help us blind rank. On a Wednesday. Help us blind rank what we think we're going to do come Independence Day. We're going to do that. But first, you have a talker for us?
We have a relationship test for you guys, in that how much are you guys going to like me after I bring this topic up to you. So today it is July 2nd, which means we are halfway through 2025.
Yeah, we did it.
Oh,
we made it. We did it. We did it.
Look at us.
That also means we are closer to the year 2050 than we are 2000. And I bow out.
That's well. Thanks, Denton. That's a tough one.
How did that add to our lives, then? That was not fun.
I thought you guys said you wanted an existential crisis today. Is that not on the rundown?
I mean,
we
that
did
hurts.
not.
That hurts, I got to say. I mean, I'm just trying to accept the fact that just fire us into the sun. You know what I mean? I feel like we got a couple more years. Fire us straight into the sun. That's crazy to think about, though. Closer to 2050? Oh, my God.
How do we not have flying cars yet? Like,
I was going to ask, will we have
like,
them by 2050?
I keep thinking, like, now's the time. And they're like, well, we finally got credit card readers on vending machines. Technology. Like, great. This is not what I imagined when I thought of the year 2025 in my, like, 5-year-old brain, like, back in the 90s. Like, what are we doing? Like, what's going on with the flying cars? Are we ever going to get them?
You really want flying cars? Like, you are dead set on these flying cars?
I'm just saying. It was like a hallmark. Like, what was the futuristic thing in your mind when you imagine the year 2050? Like, was it flying cars?
True.
Was it something else? Was it robot butlers? Because I thought that was going to be a big thing.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think flying cars was like the one thing we all thought. We'll just be flying through the air.
We're a little close to robot butlers. Maybe a little too close for my liking.
Yeah. Like robot butlers. It was one of those things that initially you're like, this would be so cool. And now I'm like, this guy might stab me in the middle of the night.
You're like, I'll get my own cereal. Thank you.
I'll do that. I don't need that. Wow. Closer to 2050. I don't want to live that long. I don't think I will. Ugh, I don't want to. That sounds awful. Now I am having an existential crisis.
Yeah, then you've lost your privileges for like.
I told you it was going to be a relationship.
Be better.
Do you guys still enjoy me after I give you this existential crisis?
Yeah, that's good. Sometimes we need a reality check. Chelsea, when's the last time you went to the doctor and had a physical? Is your health okay?
Golly. This is like those commercials during The Price is Right. Is like, have you considered your final expenses? Do you want to put that burden on your loved ones? It's like, no, I want to see how much the Showcase Showdown is worth. And I'm 10 years old, staying at home from school. Leave me alone about my final expenses.
Seriously, remember when I told you that those representatives from the University of Texas came to see me? And they were like, they wanted all this money. I was like, guys, I don't have all this money that you think I have. I'm saving for a wedding. And they were like, hey, don't worry.
You can give it to us now.
Yeah. When you die, you can leave part of your estate to us. I was like, all right, thanks a lot, guys. Nice talk.
Wow.
No thanks. Wow. What a gift. Thanks for coming to see me.
I'm like, oh, you're lining up someone else for this money? Well, we'd love a crack at it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just in case, just spitballing here if you want to give it to somebody. Okay, guys. If you like betting on soccer, guys, here is your 12th man on the pitch, a 2025 Club Championship odds boost. It's a token when you wager at BetMGM. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning bet for the 2025 Club Championships. All right, here we go. 2 days away. I mean, we're already in sort of like mail-it-in mode. We're trying to focus here. it's time now. We're going to ring in Denton and do our Independence Day blind rankings.
All right, so we got a list of activities for the 4th of July. You guys will not be here tomorrow, so we are going to do this today. You know the drill. You got a list 1 through 5. I'm going to give you an item. You got to rank it without knowing what is coming next. I'm going to start you off with a little bit of an easy one, but it's also a classic. So we will start with the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. Where does that fall on your rankings?
All right, Chelsea.
5. I don't care for it. Like, it's fine, but like, if it's process of elimination, I would rather be doing things than watching somebody eat hot dogs.
This is a tough one. I agree. I think there's things better to do than this, but it's always kind of fun, right? You put it on. If it were monthly, I'd be like, I'm out, guys. But once a year, you got to turn it on. You got to check it out. You got to see Joey Chestnut, Joey Jaws make you realize that you never want to be a competitive eater because it's so disgusting. I'll go 4.
4 for Nathan's. All right, there it is.
I'll go 4.
All right, next. How about a parade on 4th of July?
4? Like, I don't know. I'm not a big parade person for 4th of July. For Christmas, yes. For Thanksgiving, yes. But what's even the iconic 4th of July Day parade? Is there one?
I think small towns.
Yeah, small towns.
Will have a parade, right? You know, people are walking around dressed up in colors, and you have different floats and everything. I was in a July 4th parade a long time ago in my hometown, so it's not like the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade or something like that. But I feel like in smaller towns, it's a good reason to sort of celebrate and bring the community together. So it does happen. However, I am not on July 4th when it's 90-something degrees outside, standing outside for a July 4th parade. 5.
5, all right. All right, coming up next here on our list, how about a fireworks show?
Ooh.
I think I'll go 2 here. Because fireworks are 4th of July. Like, they are, iconic to this specific holiday. I'm holding out for something better, but fireworks are pretty high on the list. Number 2.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm going as well. I like fireworks, although over time, I have to say, it's such an old man thing to say. I'm like, I've seen it. You want to impress me? Give me a show. I've seen it. I've fired off the fireworks myself. I've held the Roman candles. But it is a tradition. It's a July 4th tradition. It's America. I'm going to go 2 as well.
2 as well.
Well, and PSA, do not shoot these with your phone. Like, don't put, 30 minutes worth of content. You shooting fireworks with your phone. You can show 1 or 2, just show that you watched, but don't make me watch all of that. It's not good on your phone.
I'm going to send you a 10-minute video. Personally. Not post it, just send it to you personally.
A video so long it'll crash your phone.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
All right, our 4th list here on our 4th item here on the blind rankings, cooking out.
Ooh.
You each have 3 and 1.
3 and 1.
I think it does. I think I'm going to go number 1. There's nothing better than grilling out on the 4th of July. I love grilled food. I have expressed my love for cheeseburgers and hot dogs, so I'm going to go number 1.
Yeah, I'm going number 1. This is the best thing about July 4th. The cookout, right? Because honestly, how many times, I'm curious to see what 3 is going to be here. But maybe it's boozing. I don't know. But there are a few times a year when you just have to have a hot dog or you have to have a hamburger, and you're going to get it on Independence Day. By the way, I'm going to a party on Friday, a July 4th party we always go to every year. And last year, they had it catered by District Taco. And we're like, guys, like, what is this? Yes. But then we got some good news, got the email yesterday. Hey, here's the official invite, even though we're already going. We're really bummed because District Taco is going to be closed, so we're going to grill some food. I'm like, good. Yes, it's July 4th. Last year, I'm like, why am I eating chimichangas right now? July 4th didn't make any sense. So, yes, cookout, number 1.
So one day you don't want District Taco.
Right.
I'd kill some District Taco
right
now.
Just not that day.
We started off this segment with me putting you guys in an existential crisis. I thought I would win you back by this. I don't know that I have, because the final one, day drinking.
Oh, That's a good one. It might be
we only have one spot left.
It's
right?
number 3 for both of you.
All right.
Dang, you didn't put pool party or swimming?
Pool
4th of
party.
July? You wasted 2 spots with parades. And what was the other one? The
Nathan's
hot dog eating contest.
Nathan's hot dog is a classic.
Yeah.
It
I don't have a
is.
pool. That's why.
I think I would have.
Oh.
I love my list. I think I would have put day drinking at 2 and then fireworks at 3. You know? Outside of that, I'm pretty happy. Cookout, definitely number 1, but I love a good day drinking. And I will be day drinking on July 4th. There's nothing better than waking up and being like, you know what? Sun's up.
Sun's up. Get the alcohol out.
Yeah. Let's grab a seltzer, too. We don't have to go hard.
Start shotgunning at 9:30 a.m.
There you go. Wake up, bedside, look at that, ready to go. Shotgun. That's America. I'm pretty happy
That's how
with the
you
list.
make the fireworks show even more interesting, because it's a gamble on your life. If you've been drinking all day and then you do the fireworks show, I mean, that's instant entertainment. The drama is super high because you're like, is he going to lose a finger? Is he going to lose a toe? Is he going to survive this? And how many little designs is this firework going to have?
Yeah, I think I'm so bummed. I used to be able to sit on the deck at our place and watch from the deck the entire display on the National Mall. And then DC has grown, and then 4 or 5 years ago, they constructed a building that just kind of takes away that view, so you can just kind of see the top. Every now and then you'll see something that goes up really high, and you're like, oh, that's awesome. Used to have an unobstructed view of the fireworks show at the National Mall, which is awesome. But then that changed. I like fireworks, but I will not be touching a firework, because if there's anyone who would have an accident happen, it would totally be me.
But you can get the smaller ones, like the fireworks for kids, which maybe it's they're not for kids, but the smaller ones. Because Jenks, I told you, we just bought a bunch of fireworks yesterday. I am very excited.
Ooh, that's going to be fun. Knowing me, I'd have a sparkler and have so much hairspray on it, light my hair on fire or something crazy, so staying away from that. Coming up next here on the show, which player in the SEC could be the best quarterback since Tim Tebow? Find out next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Good morning. Hour 2, the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, here are some of the topics we will cover. We'll start by talking a little college football. It's been a minute, but we're going to spend this first segment talking about the hottest topic going into this college football season, and that is Arch Manning. Can he live up to the hype? Can Texas officially be back? I feel like we haven't had that conversation in a while. At 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball bets, and at 7:40, it's a Whine About It Wednesday, where we tell you what's been grinding our gears all this week. All right, Jenks, I just sent you this video for your viewing pleasure. So speaking of college football, Coach O, Ed Orgeron, former LSU coach, used to dominate the headlines when it came to like talker type segments because he is such a big personality. And he lived up to that over, I think it was last weekend, where he was at a wedding of a former staffer. And you can see this video of him dancing, taking his shirt off, doing Coach O things. So let me ask you, as somebody who's going to be having their own wedding soon, would you appreciate it if a guest did this? Is it good wedding guest behavior to cause a scene, or do you not want this type of behavior going on at your wedding?
I mean, I don't want that happening at my wedding. If it's Coach O, then you're like, all right, you got a story for the ages. I will say, I saw back in the old TV days, I had a boss of mine, and we used to go out in DuPont Circle. They used to have 80s night at a place called Heaven and Hell. Is that place still around? I don't know. It was a long time ago. Anyway, I used to have 80s night every Thursday, right? So we would all go. And one of my bosses, he was a wild man. We used to hang out outside of work. But we're at this bar in DuPont Circle. No, Adams Morgan, I should say, here in D.C. And the music's going, people are drinking. Next thing I know, he starts unbuttoning his shirt, takes it off. This is my boss, my news director. He's swinging his shirt above his head and then swings it, and it lands behind the bar. And the bartender's like, grabbing the shirt, like, what's going on here? I was like, hey, sorry. I grabbed his shirt, and I was, hey, buddy, you might want to put this back. That wasn't even a wedding. That was a bar here in D.C. I was like, that's my boss. Right there. Wild times. So I have seen someone do this before at an event. This was on a dance floor. Everybody was dancing, and I was like, he's just going for it here. But at a wedding, maybe Coach O gets an exception. Overall, I don't want anyone shirtless dancing at my wedding. No.
I think it depends on the person. Like you said, if it's Coach O doing it, you get a great story that you can tell for the rest of the time. But it's hard for me to have a stance here because I do want somebody who's getting into the music, because there's nothing worse than going to a wedding and like nobody's dancing, right? I feel like it is your duty as a wedding guest to get on the dance floor and do some dancing. You need to contribute to the vibes of a good wedding. Maybe you don't take it this far. And I will say, I think the drunkest I've ever seen people is at weddings. Like, we've all seen this. There's always somebody who's way too drunk. Usually it's somebody who like comes by themselves and you're like, oh no. I remember at a wedding we went to, like the most recently, it was this guy named Catfish. Like his literally like,
well, there you go.
His nickname was Catfish. I don't know what his real name is, but he was the drunkest person at the wedding. So Denton, let me ask you, do you think wedding guests have a responsibility to contribute to the vibes of a wedding?
You have to. Everyone who attended my wedding got on the dance floor in some capacity or another, including my 92-year-old grandmother, who is in a wheelchair. We just wheeled her out there, and we're like, all right, Grandma, just kind of move your arms for a little bit. And we have pictures of her dancing. So like you have to, if you are there, if I'm paying for you to eat, you at the very least got to get out there for a song. You don't got to be out there for every song, but you got to be out there for a song.
Yeah. You need to at least be smiling or like singing along to the music, right? Because I understand like some people just don't like dancing. But like my point is that you need to contribute and make it a good time for everybody else around you.
Yes, I agree with that. I mean, you have to keep in mind that it's not your show, right? Like this is not for you to show out. Yeah, like have a good time, enjoy it, take part in the festivities, but just remember that at the end of the day, this is a massive day. The focus should be on the bride and the groom, or the groom and the groom, whoever's getting married. That is where the focus should be, and so make sure you don't do anything to take away from what is supposed to be and should be a very special day.
I wonder who the drunkest person at the Bezos wedding was. Do you care to throw out a guess? Because it's a bunch of celebrities who, Tom Brady's like afraid of strawberries, but we have seen him drunk before. So I don't know if we got that version of Tom Brady. But that was like the wild part of the Bezos wedding is that I understand when you're rich, you run in different circles. But are they really like best friends with Sydney Sweeney? Do you get what I'm saying? It's like there was 200 people there total, which sounds like a big wedding, but for somebody that's that big of a name, like you had to invite all these celebrities. You can't be friends with all of them.
There's a reason why they were following around Sydney Sweeney. It's not like it was a 6-person guest list. They were definitely just kind of swooping around trying to, make an impression on her. But yeah. I would imagine who was the most wasted person at the Bezos Sanchez wedding? Maybe it was Oprah. I don't know.
Gail.
Gail. Look at Gail. Oh, God, space is beautiful. When we went up there, Jeff, just thank you for the opportunity. It's so beautiful. I was like, all right, Gail, we get it. Yes, Gail, we know you went to space. Awesome. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like most celebrities like don't drink or they can't we're out of the era of like the golden age of like Lindsay Lohan, Britney Spears, Paris Hilton. Remember when they went out like every weekend and like never wore underwear? We don't see that anymore.
That's probably a good thing. I would say that's good. Yes. Yeah, very good thing.
The role models of the 2000s. All right, Jank. So maybe this next name is going to be a role model for young football players growing up, especially in the state of Texas. And I don't think that this is going to be a tough topic for you since you graduated from the University of Texas. So obviously the hot name going into this year is Arch Manning. Has a ton of hype, obviously has the pedigree and the background of his last name. But we're hearing even the most, pedigreed voices in the media who say that most of the hype is definitely worth it when it comes to Arch Manning. Paul Feinbaum, who longtime, big name in college football, especially in the SEC, had this to say about the Longhorns quarterback.
Paul Feinbaum, what are your expectations for Arch?
The absolute roof. I think there's a reasonably good chance that Arch Manning will be sitting on the front row in New York at the Heisman ceremony. That's assuming that his team does what it's supposed to do and compete for not only the SEC, but for the national championship, and I really believe they will. I believe also that Arch Manning is the best college football quarterback we have seen since Tim Tebow entered the scene in 2006.
All right, Jenks. So this has to be music to your ears when you're all of these people saying good things about your quarterback. Do you ever start to doubt things? Because I don't know if you're like this with your team, because obviously it's different when Texas is your team. But for me, as somebody who went to NC State, anytime I hear a bunch of hype about my team, I start to say to myself, oh no, is this too good to be true? Do you ever think that when it comes to landing Arch Manning?
Oh, yeah. I remember very specifically, I think it was last year, and it was right before the college football playoff. And I remember I was sitting in a bar and watching ESPN, and I thought for a second, is Texas really playing in the college football playoff for the second straight year? And then next year we get Arch Manning? I can't believe it. I had a smile this big on my face, especially after you really appreciate the good times after your team has struggled for many years. And Texas did struggle for a long time. There was the whole, is Texas back? Texas is back. The only team to make the college football semifinal 2 consecutive years. They've been really close. So I'm glad that question is out of the way. Like, they are back. It's just a question of how good they can be. But, yeah, the fact that they've been this good over the past couple of seasons, they're recruiting like incredibly under Sark, and now they've got Arch about to take the reins. Yeah, it's a good time to be a Longhorns fan. I think Paul Feinbaum is using a little bit of hyperbole here because let's not forget about, Cam Newton or Joe Burrow or Johnny Football. So do I think Arch is going to have an incredible season? Yes. Do I think he could win the Heisman Trophy? Yes. Do I think Texas has a shot at the national title? Absolutely. The odds tell you that. Texas is 5-1 tied with Ohio State as the favorites to win the title. Arch himself, 6-1 to win the Heisman Trophy. He is the favorite. So all of those things could happen, but also I think at times when it's before the season and you haven't seen a single down yet with Arch as the built-in starter, then you have to pump the brakes just a little bit and make sure that you keep your expectations in check.
Oh, for sure. Because you still actually have to play the games and you still actually have to put the stats on paper and you have to stay healthy. So we will be crossing our fingers for Arch Manning. From a betting standpoint, I think that we have talked about this before, but usually it's not the favorite that wins the Heisman. Like, that's what we've seen kind of over the history of like the last 15 years. There have been some exceptions where we've had guys with shorter odds win the Heisman. Caleb Williams at 6-1. Bryce Young was only 8-1. But we've seen a lot of guys kind of come out of nowhere. Like Jaden Daniels was 10-1. Devonta Smith was 100-1. Joe Burrow 40-1. Kyler Murray 30-1. So let me ask you this. Do we think Arch Manning has a very clear path to win the Heisman? I feel like as opposed to like most years, it feels like he is the biggest favorite we've had in quite some time when it comes to storylines and narrative and the fact that his team around him should be really good.
This is going to be a very good Texas team. They had a better cast of receivers last year, but also I think this year's crop is very much underrated. And one thing I love about Sark is that Sark is very honest. I mean, he's so likable as a head coach and just doesn't BS. And so I know some Texas fans are saying, well, you sort of wasted last year's receiving core with Quinn. I thought Quinn was the right guy for the job over the past couple of seasons. But this year's receiving core is going to be criminally underrated. Arch is going to make them better because Arch can run. Like, that's the thing about Arch that is so different from any Manning that we've seen, from any Texas quarterback recently, is that he's got wheels. Like, he's super athletic. People forget that his dad, Cooper, was a receiver at Ole Miss before I believe he got diagnosed with a spine issue, like spinal stenosis, so he had to quit football. But Cooper was crazy athletic, so he takes after his dad and is obviously playing a different position. But that really adds a different element to the Texas offense here. And I think what will happen here is a lot of what we see from Arch as opposed to maybe later in the season is what's going to happen in that opening game. That's going to decide, I think, or really set the tone as to whether he can win the Heisman. They open in the shoe against Ohio State. I mean, that's going to be a massive opener to the season. So what's going to happen in that game? If Texas goes into Columbus and wins that game and Arch shows out, those odds are going to shorten in a big way, and he will be a monster favorite because Texas has a pretty favorable schedule this year. If Texas struggles, Arch struggles in this game, those odds are going to fall back. I know it's just a one-game sample size, but I think that game in particular is really going to cast whether or not Arch is going to win the Heisman or not.
Yeah, and it does feel like, correct me if I am wrong here, but it feels like Arch Manning has a pretty good head on his shoulders. It doesn't feel like somebody who is going to wilt under the pressure. So I was going to ask you, how much does your confidence level improve going from Quinn Ewers, who put up great numbers at the University of Texas, and he does deserve his flowers for that, but in some of these big games, I feel like the confidence level isn't quite there for, some of the big time moments. How much does it change when you go from Quinn Ewers to Arch Manning, or do we need to prove it with Arch Manning first?
Arch Manning is a better quarterback. There is no question about it. He just is. He has a better physical skill set. He can run. And the one thing that Quinn did which was frustrating, is that Quinn would always sort of drop his eyes in the pocket. Anytime Quinn felt any sort of pressure, he had a hard time not folding in the pocket. When he was on, he was on. But I think when I hear, oh, they should have played Arch last year, I think people forget that the one thing that was holding Arch back is that Quinn knew the offense and could audible in a way that Arch wasn't quite ready to do. And if you look at that one pass in that Arizona State game where it's 4th and 1,000,000, Texas needed to get a first down in that game, and Quinn checks down, or not checks down, he changes the play at the line of scrimmage, throws a bomb for a touchdown. That's something Arch might not have been able to do last year, but now it's his time, and I have a lot of confidence. He is a better overall quarterback than Quinn Ewers.
I know that was a hard segment for you, Jenks. Talking about Texas
so
football.
tough.
You hate it, right?
Woo!
All right, coming up next, baseball bets on the other end of the break here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
All right, we're back. We're up, we're at 'em, we're caffeinated. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite plays in Major League Baseball. Jenks, this is our Friday, even though it's a Wednesday. We're not working tomorrow or Friday. So I thought I would mention this today. Because obviously we're not going to be here on Friday. So Shohei Ohtani's birthday is on Saturday, which anytime it's like the face of baseball's, birthday, obviously we're going to celebrate. But here's the other thing. He's set to make a start against the Astros on his birthday. So a couple questions here. Do you believe in like the narrative street of the people who are like, ooh, it's this guy's birthday, so we got to bet on him to have a big day? Because we see this a lot. Like people in the betting world love to like find these little angles and say, well, it's his birthday, he's going to hit a home run. Do you believe in this?
No. I mean, it's his birthday. Maybe. This is one of those after the fact things, where if he pitches well, it'll be, it was his birthday. A special day. It's his birthday.
It was his special day.
It was his special day. He's a special guy. His birthday. And then if he doesn't, it's like, he's probably distracted. It was his birthday. It was his birthday. Probably had a hard time. Probably getting texts from friends and family. Probably couldn't focus. It was his birthday. But I think ultimately, unless someone has a history, every now and then you'll find some sort of bizarro trend where on his birthday, this guy is just automatic or he's unbelievable. But ultimately, I think it's probably something I wouldn't factor into my handicap.
Right, especially when he's good every day. Like, if he hits a home run and has a great pitching outing, are we going to be shocked? No. He does this every game. The other thing I was going to ask you is that, so apparently, Shohei Ohtani is a Cancer. So you can say, Shohei Ohtani is a clubhouse Cancer, because that's his zodiac sign. But I'm looking at the traits of a Cancer personality, and it feels like it definitely does not sound like Ohtani. It's Cancers wear their hearts on their sleeves. They are ruled by the emotional moon. They possess a deep well of intuition, which definitely would have been helpful when his interpreter was making all those bets. But I've never seen like a description that was like so far off. Do you identify with your zodiac sign?
I guess. I mean, I'm a Sagittarius, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I mean, normally when I read about a Sagittarius, I'm like, oh, okay, that sort of sounds like me. And so I think maybe there's a little something to that. But also, I think it's both things, which is, yes, there's something to that. And at the same time, when you read something like that that describes you, people immediately want to say, oh, that is me. Oh, that does sound like me. That is something I would do. And sometimes it's true, but also I think it's very easy to talk yourself into believing what you're reading. So from what I've read, I do sort of buy into it. I just don't lean into it too much.
Yeah, I think if you're just thinking about it logically, which if you're really believing in astrology, maybe logic is not your strong suit, logic and science. But like, think about how many people are in the world. Do you really think that everybody who shares your birth month or whatever has the exact same personality? I don't know. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Oh, I agree. I think there may be, similar traits or common denominators. Like, okay, if you're born under a certain sign, then maybe there's a couple of characteristics that many of you share. But I just think that people have too many different upbringings. They have too many different experiences that sort of shape you much more than just what sign that you are. I'm not saying there's not something to it, but I do think with something like that, you can get so into it that you sort of give up the idea that you control in many ways, you control your own actions. Do you know what I mean? Like, you control your own decision making. And so you make a decision like, oh my God, it's such a Sagittarius of me. I'm like, I guess, but also you had a chance to make a call here either way. So I feel like everything in moderation. It's fun. It's cool to look at your horoscope and sort of imagine if that's you, or maybe there's something to it. But I think if you lean into it too much, then you get into the danger of not really taking responsibility for your own actions. Am I being too serious here?
Right. You need to have some accountability. You can't be like, oh, well, I'm a Virgo. What did you expect? I think it's very similar to like people are like, well, Ohtani's going to hit a home run because it's his birthday. No, he's going to hit a home run because he's a good player. Oh, he does this because he's a Cancer. No, he does this because it's his personality and that's who he is. So that's our little astrology minute of the day, because we used to do astrology bets on the show, poking fun at that very aspect. All right, so let's get to today's slate. And if you're betting on a home run, you got to do it over at BetMGM. BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Grab this MLB home run boost token to find out why. Just activate your token when you bet on any player to hit a home run in any MLB game. If that player goes yard, you'll receive a bigger payout only at BetMGM. All right, Jenks. So the first thing I thought when I saw the slate today was Hunter Brown is pitching against the Rockies. And I know Jenks has already sworn off betting against the Rockies because of last night.
Joke.
But boy, if there's a spot to fade the Rockies today, Hunter Brown, who's been one of the best pitchers in all of baseball, the Astros, who had the best record in the month of June. And I understand that the Astros are minus 250. But Jenks, did it cross your mind, even for a little, to bet on the Astros on the run line today against the Rockies?
You're making me angry.
I know.
Well, now I'm thinking about it. But I swore I don't want to break my promise. The Astros.
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on. Astros minus 2.5 is minus 120.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
You know what? What's the first five looking like here? You could do first five run line minus 160. Maybe I'll do that.
Because the only reason I brought this up, because if it was any other starter other than Hunter Brown, I would be with you and say, okay, the Rockies, like the value's not there. You have to lay so much juice to fade them in such a big way that I don't want to do it. But like I said, Hunter Brown's a Cy Young contender. The Astros are a good team. So maybe you play him in the first five. Maybe the price is just not enticing enough. Maybe I'll look at some player props for Hunter Brown, because if there's a lineup to fade, it's certainly the Rockies. But I would imagine his earned runs prop is probably 1.5. And that's tough, especially when you're playing at altitude. Jenks, over at BetMGM, 93% of the money is on the Astros. I'm wondering what those 7% of people are thinking. Fading Hunter Brown.
I'm breaking my promise. I'm breaking my promise. I'm going to break my promise. I'm sorry. I'm a liar. I am angry at the Rockies. The Rockies keep screwing me. Give me the old screw job, and I'm tired of it.
They do.
They do, and it's always in the ninth inning. It's wild. Just enough.
So you got to go first five.
That's what I'm going to do. First five, minus 160. Who cares? By God, I am fading the Rockies, and I'm going to win this damn game. I am sick and tired of these guys not taking my feelings into account. That's what I'm tired of.
Not taking my feelings into account.
I have feelings, guys. All right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. This is Austin Gomber. Let me look up his numbers real quick. I
don't think you need to.
I don't think I need
No.
Gomber. Come on. Are you kidding me?
He has a 6 ERA.
Holy schnikes. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if there's ever a time to fade the Rockies, like, this is it.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Let's look at his splits real quick. This will be really easy to do. I mean, last time out at home, he gave up 9 runs in 4 2/3 innings to the Diamondbacks. And, the D-backs get hit. Oh, my God. At home this season, well, he's only pitched 2 games. He's 0-1 with a 9.31 ERA. Yeah, we're doing it. Astros, first 5, run line. It's just a half run, minus 160. It's juicy. By God, I'm winning this bet.
That was my goal of the segment.
You did
It's
it.
like I'm going to talk Jinx into fading the Rockies again.
You baited
but
me.
I think I'm going to be with you. Like, that's the thing. Like, if it was any other pitcher, and it was any other pitcher for the Rockies, like, okay, maybe not Antonio Senzatella, like, we'd still be fading him.
Oh, yeah.
But, like, Herman Marquez, like, they have some decent starters. Austin Gomber is not one of them. So I'll be with you on that one. All right. So I have heard from a little birdie that we might have a little foray into the sports basement today.
Well, that's the rumor, and Chelsea, you are correct.
It's the Sports Basement.
Hey, Mom! The meatloaf! We want it now!
All right. Okay. Wow. Welcome to the Sports Basement. Hey, today's show is brought to you by Dylan's TKO Baby Wipes. Look, you can't afford to miss any of the big fight, even if you've got a newborn. So change that diaper with one roundhouse swipe to your baby's butt. Dylan's TKO Baby Wipes at a Costco near you. Okay, so to the card. I'm looking at the Padres and Phillies today. Now, San Diego is going with Dylan Cease, and ever since his no-hitter last season, I gotta tell you, this guy never ceases to amaze me. All right. Don't at me. Look, I wanted to spend more time on this one, but something is going on with my parents, and it's distracting. Last night I heard my dad say, Sheila, I was drunk, and it meant nothing. I don't know what that means, but just leave me out of it. Anyway, let's get a little money on the Pods today against the Phillies.
Oh, no. Well, that was depressing. I never thought the Sports Basement would be depressing, but now I feel for the guy in his parental situation that's going on. How could you do that to Sheila? She's a saint.
She is a saint. I blame Denton because earlier in the show, he set the bar. He was like, hey, it's time for some crises today. So, you know what? Even the Sports Basement has been affected.
Sorry to the guys. No one's safe around these parts.
No one is safe.
Oh, no. But if you're actually playing this game, so this was going to be my bet yesterday. And so we do have a different pitching matchup. So we get Dylan Cease against Christopher Sanchez in game 2. Game 1 is Nick Pivetta against Mitch Abel. Jenks, would you talk me off playing the Phils? Like, I know the Sports Basement is all over the Padres. So maybe the sabotage factor, which is a very credible source, obviously. Yeah. Dylan Cease obviously has some high-end potential, but the Phillies have been so good to us. They have been in the circle of trust.
Yeah, I think this is a great price on the Phillies, honestly. They've been in the circle of trust. Dylan Cease has just been so inconsistent this season. And as we know, Philly at home just is so much better hitting the ball at the bank than they are on the road. They're just a much different team, and some teams are just like that. Some teams are better on the road. Others just play better in their home park. Phillies are one of those teams. So this is a great price on Philadelphia. I'd take the Phillies here.
Speaking of great prices on good pitchers, Nathan Eovaldi going for the Rangers today. Are you going to be on Texas at minus 150 over the O's?
Oh my God, how do you not take Nathan Eovaldi here? You know what? I'm going a big card. Whatever. Maybe I'll go 0-4. Who cares? Whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna take Texas. Ooh, yeah. Why don't you just take Texas in the money line here, right? Like you have Eovaldi. Yeah. Tomoyuki Shigano has really struggled recently. Eovaldi has been an absolute baller. Rangers have a much better bullpen. This is a great price. It's in Texas. Yeah, let's just go Rangers here on the money line. I love it.
Yeah, this was the same thought when they had Jacob deGrom going against the Orioles. I think we looked at the price and we're like, what are they doing with this price? And we were right. So I think once again, you have one of the circle of trust guys going for the Rangers, and the O's are out of the circle of trust. One of the biggest disappointments in the AL East. So I will be on the Rangers as well. How about this one? Because Shota Imanaga used to be in the circle of trust, but he's been dealing with some injuries. He's still a great pitcher, I will say that, and the Cubs are a great team, but I have trouble fading the Guardians. I feel like they're one of those scrappy teams I just don't like fading. So normally I'd be all over the Cubs, but they're minus 160. And again, I'm not a huge fan of fading the Guardians.
Yeah, I'm not either. That's the thing. Although Shota was just unbelievable last time out. But I'm with you. The Guardians are just feisty enough that they could pull off an outright upset here, or at least keep this thing close. And now you're delving into like minus 150. I mean, I know I say minus 160 is expensive, and yet I just threw out a minus 160 play. But fading the Rockies against a guy who is favored to win the Cy Young, or one of the favorites to win the Cy Young, is quite different than Guardians Cubs. Do you know what I mean? We're talking about two much more competitive teams. So I looked at this, but ultimately I don't feel great about laying this number against a Guardians team that could win outright.
Yeah, price is always relative. So, like, the gap between the Rockies, who are far and away the worst team in baseball, against a Cy Young contender and a team that just had the best month in all of baseball, like, that feels like a much further gap. And I understand that's the run line price, too, as opposed to the Guardians and the Cubs. So I think I will be on that Astros play, but not so sure about the Cubs day, especially in minus 160. All right, coming up next, it's time to whine about it. On a Wednesday, we tell you what's grinding our gears this week. That's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Thanks for tuning in on a Wednesday, July the 2nd. So since it's Wednesday, we're going to whine about it on a Wednesday. That's what we do every week here on the show. As somebody who personally loves complaining, this is a highlight for me. So we will enjoy doing that. But Jenks, before we get to our complaints and our grievances for the week, I saw these headlines for Travis Kelce, and it makes me a little happy that Travis Kelce is sticking to his true personality. Because before he started dating Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce was somebody who was, I feel like, the personality of like a golden retriever, where maybe he doesn't sound the smartest, but it's like always fun. Like, what was that tweet that he had? I gave a squirrel a piece of bread, and it's like all misspelled.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like, wow, it's Travis Kelce. So he has returned to his roots with some of these headlines. So headline number one is Travis Kelce pissed off about Taylor Swift romance fame. I gotta use toilets now. So apparently he's mad that he can't pee in the wild when he's playing golf. Like, he has to use the normal bathroom like the rest of us because there are so many paparazzi following him. And then the other one was, he said hosting SNL was hard since he, quote, can't read that well.
Oh, that's not great. I don't know if I'd admit that. I have a problem with two things: peeing on the golf course and literacy. It's not ideal. I don't think I would reveal that. But he seems like he's very gregarious and well-spoken. Like, that kind of surprises me.
I don't know if it surprises me that much, even though, like, he has been acting. Like, he's in another, like, TV show that I think is, like, a serious drama, even though I think he plays, like, a male stripper. Like, I don't think he's, solving the theorem of relativity or anything. But I do like that he is stuck to his personality, because this is what I worried about Travis Kelce when he started dating Taylor Swift, is that he would go too corporate. And, like, we've seen him losing weight, which obviously is good for his job of playing tight end in the National Football League. But, like, sometimes you see this when people reach that, like, next level of superstardom. You don't get to say the things that you want to say. You don't get to do, like, the wild things at parties because somebody is going to be there capturing it with a video phone. So as much as I laugh about these headlines, I'm glad that we are still getting the same Travis Kelce who did that dumb dating show. Remember that, when it was Catching Kelce or something? Like, it's the same personality.
I'd forgotten about that. I mean, he's always, I think it's just gotten worse. It's not like he's always been able to go everywhere completely undocumented. But obviously the whole Taylor factor has just multiplied that by, God knows how much, like 10 times. But yeah, not being able to pee on the golf course, I get it. I was at the Commanders the other day, and I was waiting on a lift, and I was like, man, there's some woods right over there. I could really go to the bathroom right now. And I thought about walking over, and I was like, Michael, don't do this. You work for this team, so maybe you should not do this. But I understand when you're out in the woods, and you're like, nobody's out here. But no paparazzi are following me around. I was just worried about someone being like, what's that guy doing out there in the woods? But yeah, that's one of the simple pleasures of being on a golf course.
One of the simple pleasures of being male, because, like, girls can't do this, right?
I mean, you can. It's more difficult, but you can.
Right. Like, I've always thought, like, what would people do? Because, like, people do this on our golf course all the time, because we live on a golf course, and I will see people, like, behind a tree, and I'm like, this is our backyard. We can see you. Please put that away. But, like, what if you saw a girl just squatting? You're like, all right, so.
Well, I'd be like,
it's not as popular with the ladies.
It is not as popular. I would just say, and you got to go, you got to go. All right, tip my cap, move forward. Try and duff my next shot down the fairway. I wouldn't pay a whole lot of attention to it. But I know what you're saying.
Is there something that feels better about it? Because here's the wild thing about these people who pee on the golf course. There is a porta potty steps away from this tree that everybody's going to the bathroom. Like, does it just feel better in nature? Like, what am I missing here?
Well, it's not really, I don't think, for me, it's not that it feels better in nature. It's just the availability of a facility. Like, I have the bladder of like a 12-year-old. And also, if you're on the course, maybe you throw back a few pops. And then it's like, all right, I'm on hole 11. Where is the next place where I can go to the bathroom?
There's a porta potty. That's what I said. There's a porta potty steps away.
If there is. That's what I'm saying.
There is.
On every golf course?
No, I'm saying about the golf course that's right outside my window. There is a porta potty steps away from where these people are always using the bathroom on this tree. So I am trying to figure out the male bath, why these guys aren't going to the porta potty instead of using this tree. That's what I'm asking.
Well, no, I don't know. I would say in general for me, if I'm on a golf course, a lot of times it's because there's not a porta potty available. Like, I've been on plenty of courses where it's like there's, sure, in this one particular hole on your course, that's available. I don't know what those guys are doing, but I can speak from personal experience where I played plenty of golf, and it's like there's no place to go around here. There's not a porta potty, or there's no place where you can stop. Like, I gotta go. So it's more out of necessity as opposed to making some sort of choice.
Yeah, that's what I just don't understand, because they do have a porta potty and they still choose to go on this tree. So I don't know if there's like some mystical thing about like going in nature, but it's something that I will not understand. Something I do understand is the need to complain, because I do it all the time. I'm complaining right now. All right, so let's whine about it on a Wednesday.
Why talk about it when you can whine about it?
Whine, whine, whine.
Here on Whining Wednesday.
Do you want to hear whining?
On the Daily Tip.
All right, Jinx. What are we whining about on this Wednesday? And I feel like we've already had some banner conversations about Xfinity, about your Lyft driver. So what's it now on a Wednesday? Have we graduated to something else, or are we hammering home on the favorites?
Well, I'd like to go off on Xfinity again. I honestly thought about doing just a line item list of all the issues I've had over the past 20 years. I'm not going to do that. My issue is something I've mentioned before, which is when you're planning for a wedding, especially trying to find a DJ, I don't want to chat about it. If I'm asking you, hey, can you give me an estimate of what we're looking at here? Hey, Michael, great to hear from you. How about we set up a chat? Like, I don't want to chat. We did one chat a couple days ago. Super nice guy. Really liked him. It was a half hour. I don't want to spend a half hour chatting with 4 or 5 different people about, hey, what kind of music do you like? We'll figure that out. Just tell me how much it's going to cost. Give me an estimate. I'll compare from there. I mean, I've gotten so many emails. Hey, Michael, I haven't heard back. How about we set up a chat? No, I don't want to chat with you. Give me a number. And you know what I think it is, too? I've seen people do this when they come over to your house to maybe look at something that is home improvement related. They kind of want to gauge. They don't want to give you a price because they want to gauge, how much do I think this person is willing to spend? Have you ever experienced that? Where they're kind of feeling you out, and then they'll give you a price? Like, they want to look at you, they want to hear about the wedding, the venue, what you're envisioning, and then based on that, they can sort of adjust the prices. I'm not about that. Give me a cost, and we don't need to chat about it. I'm not trying to chat all day with a bunch of people who are playing music. I appreciate the job, but I don't want to chat. Just send me an estimate. I'll get back to you. That is my rant for Whine About It Wednesday.
I think it's a sales pitch, because the more information they have on you, the more they can like spin it into a sales pitch, because people do this when they come to my door, and it's like salesmen that are like, have you thought about pest control? And I literally say, no, thank you. And like, if you don't give them any other ammo, they're like, well, why not? Hey, I said, no, thank you. Bye.
Right.
End of pitch. Like, they can't, there's nothing that they can work on from that answer that they can spin. All right, so my Whine About It Wednesday is going to be very short. I don't think it needs a lot of explaining, but the fact that we call seedless watermelon seedless when it still has those white seeds. I understand that you can still eat the white seeds, but I don't want to. There is something that I don't want to do, and it's eat those white seeds. I don't want to see them go into my mouth because I feel those seeds go down my throat. I'm like, oh, it just feels ick to me. I don't want to eat the seeds, so I still cut out the white seeds and the quote-unquote seedless watermelon. Can we stop calling it seedless watermelon? There are seeds.
True. Good call. Didn't see that one coming. Perfect in time for July 4th, by the way.
Right, because watermelon is such like
Yeah.
a 4th of July food. All right, we have a minute left. Den, I know you have something you want to complain about.
Oh,
so
I
get
almost
on
texted
in here,
you guys
brother.
about this. This happened
I knew
last
it.
night. I almost texted you about it. I was sitting on the couch with my wife. Fire alarm starts going off. Whole building. Got to evacuate. This has not happened to us at this apartment that we've been living at for a couple of months. We're only like 3-4 months in, but it's never happened. We get outside. So I tell her to go out first. She takes the dog. I'm like, I don't know how long we're going to be out here. So I fill up some water in case we're going to be out here for a while, right? Because I know once the fire alarm goes off, the fire department has to come. They have to check it out. It's this whole thing, right? So you're at least 20 minutes. She goes outside. She's hanging out with a bunch like the other dog parents. It takes me a couple of minutes. As soon as I walk outside, it starts raining. And I'm like, oh, no. I'm like, all right, whatever. It's like a light rain. I was like, sweetie, let's walk for a little bit, get our steps up. We be counting steps over here. Your boy had 15,000 yesterday, not to brag. We start walking. It starts thunderstorming. I'm like, I'm going to die out here because the fire alarm went off. We start walking. So we walk about a half mile, walk back. So like a mile total or whatever. As we were walking back, it starts, before it was raining, it is now pouring. Like you can't hardly see in front of you. And thankfully, the fire alarm stopped after that point. But your boy was not thrilled standing outside getting poured up. My dog was loving his life. He was splashing around, but your boy was not thrilled with that. Didn't love that for my building. Apparently, it's like only the first time it's happened in like a year or so.
Woof.
Oh,
my God.
So Den's complaint is with fire alarms. How dare they?
How dare they
But I
keep
will
me
say,
safe.
moving from a condo where it was like a high rise to a house, this is one of the underrated, benefits is that you don't have this. Because in my old place, they had fire alarms, they had fire alarm tests, and it's the worst when you're not prepared to leave your unit. You're standing there like an idiot in your pajama pants. It's not a great feeling, especially when you get rained on. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the show. We'll start by all of the drama in the NBA. Giannis possibly upset with the Bucks, and what's going on in the W as well. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
From the BetMGM Network, it's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, our final hour on a Wednesday morning good time edition. How about that? Getting ready for our weekend. That is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Coming up in our final hour, the Milwaukee Bucks make a move, but they may have made their superstar unhappy in the process. In 20 minutes, back to baseball as we bring in John Parado from Forbes and the Associated Press with the All-Star break looming. And finally, we wrap things up on this Wednesday with the Dongster at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. Good to have you along for our final hour. You can stream us via BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Chelsea, whew. To sprint down here from the bathroom. I just need a quick respite here before we talk about our top stories. How you doing?
We're good. I remember watching MTV growing up, and I think I remember it was maybe Destiny's Child that used to do workouts on the treadmill while they did their singing to prepare for doing stuff live.
Oh,
so
wow.
maybe you need to start doing that because we are broadcasters. Maybe you need to start, on a treadmill. Be like, this is the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. We're going to take the Astros on the run line. Maybe you need to start doing that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I actually like that. Welcome to this. Never mind. I think I'm going to maybe walk. Maybe take a long walk. Maybe train that way. Well, we have to get into our headlines this morning, and we're going to start with the WNBA. Amazing that this would have been an afterthought a few years ago, but not anymore because the WNBA continues to make headlines. And we start with Caitlin Clark. Now, she did not play last night when the Fever got the win over the Lynx. Indiana captures the Commissioner's Cup, but she has been voted the 9th best guard. 9th best in the WNBA? So despite being an all-star captain because she got the most votes out of anyone, she ranked 9th in the player vote. Clark's Fever teammate Kelsey Mitchell was voted number 6. The votes are based off this season. She is averaging 18 points, almost 9 assists, 5 rebounds a game, but shooting just under 30% from long range. She's only played in 9 games this season. Is this fair?
It does seem a little petty, does it not?
Yeah.
Because we keep hearing that the WNBA players aren't, upset about Caitlin Clark's fame. And it's like, she's just another player. But then you see stuff like this, and it's like they keep giving us ammo for this narrative. The WNBA players are being petty towards Caitlin Clark. Number 9, I understand not putting her 1 or even 2. Because, she's not even the favorite to win MVP right now. And that's fair. But when there is such a discrepancy between the media that covers the WNBA and the players, it makes me think either the players aren't watching the games because obviously they're playing, but they do play against her. And let's look at the defensive assignments. If she is the number 9 guard in the league, then why do you need to cover her so physically? And why does the defensive assignment need to be so tough to guard the number 9 guard in the league?
Yeah, we had Craig Hoffman on yesterday from the Team 980, and he does a great job, and he doesn't believe in this narrative. But we just disagree here. I do think that there is an absolute jealousy and an issue when it comes to other WNBA players and Caitlin Clark. We saw it before she even joined the league. Remember when Diana Taurasi, I believe it was, who came out and basically said reality is coming? And she eventually walked back those comments. Out of nowhere, she was like, oh, just wait until you get to the pros. And Caitlin Clark has not been at her best this season. She hasn't been great from three-point land. She's been banged up. But the fact that this is a player vote, and this isn't the 9th best overall player. This is the 9th best guard. You're telling me she's barely a top 10 guard in the WNBA? Like, that's ridiculous. And then there was that game against Connecticut where I forget who it was who came on the floor and knocked her down for no real reason. Like, kind of dangerously knocked her to the floor. Like, that doesn't happen unless you're Caitlin Clark. So the idea that, oh, the players appreciate what Caitlin has brought to the game and it's a false narrative that many of them don't like her, I don't believe that at all. I think they do appreciate that the league is getting the popularity that it deserves. And at the same time, there is a lot of jealousy because she gets a lot of credit for that when other players are saying, hey, what about us? Because other players aren't treated as physically as Caitlin Clark is. And then when you see, again, a vote like this, which is made by fellow players, it makes you think, yeah, I do think there is some jealousy there.
Right. If she's the 9th best guard, like think of it in NBA terms. She wouldn't even be first team all NBA. She wouldn't even be second team. Like if she's guard, like she'd probably be on the third team. If there's somebody in the NBA who is third team all NBA, do you think every team in the league would have a very specific game plan to guard this person? No, they wouldn't. So it's just the actions and the words are just not lining up. So why would you do this to somebody who you clearly have a defensive game plan against? And, you know, you vote them 9th. Like, clearly there is something under the surface that you ain't telling us about. And it does feel very petty.
Yeah, I think it is petty. And it's going to take some time before the other players come around, if they ever come around. And I know that Caitlin wants a lot of foul calls that maybe don't go her way. And, you know, she's not a veteran yet, so maybe she hasn't earned that. That's all well and fine, but it still doesn't explain the physical play, and it doesn't explain why, when you see things like this, she continues to get disrespected. So I do think there's some jealousy there, and it kind of, sadly, doesn't surprise me. This also surprised me, as opposed to what we saw with Caitlin Clark. Sophie Cunningham, her teammate on the Fever. Oh, man. She made headlines yesterday. This story is hilarious. So, as we know, the WNBA is expanding. This league is growing and growing and growing. They are adding 3 more teams by 2030. They've got 15. They're going to go to 18. So, we get Cleveland in 2028, Detroit in 2029, Philadelphia in 2030. So, Sophie Cunningham was asked about this expansion yesterday, and let's just say she's not exactly thrilled with the Motor City.
I also think that you want to listen to your players too. Like, where do they want to play? Where are they going to get excited to play and draw fans? I do think that Miami would have been a great one. Like, everyone loves Florida. Nashville is an amazing city. Kansas City, amazing opportunity. There's a huge arena downtown that no one's using. And I think that the Women's Soccer League is showing that, like, people draw, you know, and so I'm not so sure what the thought process is there. But at the end of the day, you also want to make sure that you're not expanding our league too fast. I think that's also another thing, that you don't want teams to totally dominate and then have teams that aren't. And so I just think that it's kind of a hard decision-making situation. But man, I don't know how excited people are to be going to Detroit or Cincinnati.
Detroit catching strays. And then the city of Detroit on X, Chelsea, responded yesterday. And they said the last time we were home to a WNBA team, the Detroit Shock, we ranked top 5 in attendance for 5 straight seasons. Number 1 in attendance 3 straight seasons. Set a single game attendance record of 22,076 fans at Game 3 of the 2003 WNBA Finals. Additionally, more than 775,000 people were excited to come to Detroit for the NFL Draft. Detroit is a sports town. And also, she mentioned Cincinnati, which I don't know why. No one's going to Cincinnati in the WNBA, so I don't know where that came from. But Detroit is not happy with this, and I think ultimately Sophie is a little more interested in where she wants to go.
Right. This is not how decisions are made. Like, you don't go to, like, you know, wherever she personally wants to take a vacation to. Like, they're not going to be making expansion teams to, you know, San Diego, Miami. How about Mykonos? That has a great beach. No, it's based on, like, research and what teams they think will actually fill the seats. So when she says, I don't know what the thought process is, it's not like they had a dartboard and they're like, oh, we'll just put it in that city and that city. No, they've backed up this with research and the testing And so they've done their homework where clearly she has not.
Yes, there's all sorts of stuff like, okay, based on, because there are many cities who made proposals, right? I mean, everyone from St. Louis, Austin, Nashville, Houston, Miami, Denver, Charlotte. And so the WNBA has to look at the fan base, at the economics, at whether or not this will work, whether or not it's good for the league. They look at history as well. Like Detroit used to have a team, obviously, and that team was very much supported. Houston used to have a team, so look at that as well, and whether or not that fan base is still there. And so there's so many different factors, specifically economic factors, that go into it. And the fact that she's like, I don't want to go to Cleveland. Well, okay. Also, you play in
She's
Indianapolis.
in Indianapolis.
That's what I'm
too,
saying.
right. And
You're
she
in
went to
Indianapolis.
Missouri.
Where would you rather go,
No.
Detroit or Indianapolis? I'll go to Detroit.
That's what I'm saying. Like, she's alienating her fan base, too. Like, she's a heartland girl. So when you're like, nobody wants to go to Detroit or Cleveland, you're not a big city girl. And you got to be careful because right now, Sophie Cunningham is very much in the protagonist circle where people really like her. She's cute. She's defending Caitlin Clark. But if you're not careful, people will turn against you, especially if you go head to head with the demographic that roots for you.
I just don't understand why we're not going to Cabo. I mean, I'd much rather go to Cabo. I don't understand. I mean, Miami would be great. Santorini would be awesome. Honolulu. Like, nobody wants to go to Detroit. It's like, I like Sophie, but, you know, it's not just your preferences. Giannis has a preference for the Milwaukee Bucks, and apparently that preference is not to do what the Bucks did yesterday, which is waive Damian Lillard and then sign Miles Turner to a 4-year, $107 million deal. So what the Bucks are going to do is stretch the remaining $113 million on Lillard's contract over the next few seasons to make room for Turner. Turner for the Pacers, just 29, averaged more than 15 points, 6 boards last season. However, NBA insider Chris Haynes says that Giannis is really upset at the Bucks making this move. And then Giannis himself posted a picture of himself after he won the NBA title, smoking a cigar with the closed caption that says, "I don't know what's going on right now, man." So I think it sucks for Damian Lillard that he tears his Achilles. He'll get paid and then he gets cut. But more to the point, are the Bucks alienating their superstar who has 2 more years potentially in Milwaukee?
Well, what are you supposed to do? Sit around and do nothing? Because usually when you're trying to placate a superstar, you are trying to get him a winning team. So if you do nothing, you're not going to have a winning team. Like, we already saw how that played out, especially if you're not going to have Damian Lillard next year, which is the harsh reality of when somebody's going to be out for an entire calendar year. So I think that Giannis is probably upset that Damian Lillard is not going to be on the team because, you know, he really wanted him on the team. And I understand that he was a huge fan of Brooke Lopez. But when you sign Miles Turner, who is a big get in this whole situation, a younger version for your center, and somebody who just did it in the NBA Finals. And I understand in the actual finals, he didn't put up great numbers, but still a good upgrade at center for the Bucks. It's like, you can't have it both ways. Like, you can be disappointed that some of your boys are no longer on the team, but at the same point, you have to be understanding that the team and the franchise is trying to keep you around by putting a better team in front of you.
And what's crazy, too, is on the flip side, and I know everyone's focused on Giannis and the Bucks, and I get that, but the Pacers now have gone from pushing the Thunder to the limit in the NBA Finals. Now it looks like Tyrese Halliburton, I mean, I'd be stunned if he comes back next season. If he does, it's going to be at the very end of the year. So he's probably out for next year. Now Miles Turner is gone, and the odds are reflecting that. If you look at the NBA Finals odds right now or the odds in the Eastern Conference, the Pacers have gone from 18-1 to 30-1 to win the East, which is crazy. So just like I feel like, you know, you have teams that are retooling. We've heard that phrase a lot recently, especially with the Celtics, like they're just retooling right now. I feel like the Pacers are doing the same thing, which is, okay, we'll let Ty get healthy and we'll create some space as far as the money we can spend, and then we'll retool once Halliburton is healthy again.
Yeah, this is them waving the white flag. And I feel like if I was on the Pacers, I would be very angry. Miles Turner has been the longest tenured player there. Like, he has been the Pacers. I think he's been with them for 10 years. So when you don't want to go over the luxury tax, and Indiana, I understand, is a smaller market team, but still, like, you were a contender. So the fact that they didn't fight to keep Miles Turner is kind of disappointing, especially when he goes to a rival. They hate the Bucks.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. And you're absolutely right. Coming up in 5 minutes on the show, can the big dumper really hit more home runs this season than Aaron Judge? We're going to ask John Parado, Major League Baseball reporter and writer for Baseball Digest, Forbes, and the Associated Press. That is next on the Daily Tip on BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Wednesday morning good time edition, as Chelsea likes to say. Just throw a big jumble in there.
Just a bunch of words.
Just a bunch of words. We always like to have a good time just before the weekend, and this is our weekend, but the show will continue on over the next couple days. We've got some time off to celebrate the 4th. Coming up here, All-Star Saturday, Major League Baseball, less than 2 weeks away. So before the break, we're going to bring in John Parado, who covers the sport for Forbes, the Associated Press, and Baseball Digest. Before we get to the pros, Chelsea, got to have an update. How is Jake's baseball team doing? Because word is, last year, they were a bunch of TikTok performers, but this year, these guys are for real.
Oh, well, they still love TikTok, and they still have drip, and they still have these stupid, sliding mitts that look like oven mitts. I have never seen anything like this, to where they have all of these things of gear, and it's like they don't even get on base. So it's like, okay, you had all the swag, you had all the drip, you made the TikTok, but then you struck out looking at 3 straight pitches. I will say this year's team is a little bit better, much to my chagrin, because it means they play longer on Sundays, because they always make it to the championship. But kids these days, man, I have never felt so old. I feel like an old man just shaking my head when it's like Aiden and Caden and Karsten and all of these guys that are just so concerned with looks. And we see this in the major leagues too, but those players made it to the major leagues. You can have your swag once you make it to the big leagues, but when you're an 11 and under travel baseball, maybe wait a bit. Maybe work on the fundamentals before you wear that hot pink oven mitt and not make it to first base.
Yeah. If you're going to wear an oven mitt, just pull something out of the stove, and then maybe later on you can put on the mitt and play some baseball. But yeah, there's so much focus on appearance. I think social media has a lot to do with that. But you're right. If you made it to the majors, knock yourself out. Wear whatever you want because you've made it that far. Hey, let's talk about the majors. We got to bring in John Parado. He is a Major League Baseball reporter and a writer for Forbes, the Associated Press, and Baseball Digest as well. John, good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. And let's start with the AL East. I'm curious, it's a pretty tight race thus far. Can the Rays and even the Blue Jays hang with the Yankees? Is this sustainable?
I think it is. I still like the Yankees to win the division, but I don't think the Rays and Jays are going away anytime soon. I mean, Tampa Bay, they always put together a good team somehow, some way, with usually a bunch of guys nobody's ever heard of until they get to Tampa and all of a sudden become stars. And I saw Toronto just last week in Cleveland, and, they have a sneakily good team. I think, at first blush you think, well, they're okay. But then you start to look, their lineup up and down is really good. They send a quality starting pitcher out every night, and their bullpen is kind of the Achilles. And if they can shore that up between now and the trading deadline, I think they're going to give the Yankees a run too.
Yeah, sometimes we'll see these teams that are good in the regular season, but it's kind of a different animal when you get to the postseason. You almost have 3 really good starters, 3 aces that can shut down even the best names in baseball. Over the past few years, there's been some teams that kind of fit under this category of great regular season teams, like the Orioles back when they were actually winning games. So I'm looking at run differential, and usually this is a pretty good, predictor of success. So the top 5 teams are the Cubs, the Yankees, the Tigers, the Dodgers, and Tampa Bay. Are there any of those 5 teams that you would look at and say, okay, this is a great regular season team, but I have questions about them going into the postseason?
Yeah, I don't think any of them have great starting pitching like you just mentioned, where if, you have 3 really above average starters, you have quite a huge advantage in the postseason with so many days off and what have you. But I think it's kind of wide open. I believe the Dodgers are the most talented team, but they've had so many pitching injuries this year. And even you look back to last year, and they kind of had to cobble it all together at the end with bullpen games and openers and having 8 guys combine on shutouts in the playoffs. And that's kind of a hard way to live even in the playoffs where your relievers are well rested. So, that's why I think it's kind of wide open. I don't see one team that I just think, wow, if they get to October, look out, they're gonna blitz right through and beat everybody because of their starting pitching.
So, John, along those same lines, is there a team that you think, regardless of the postseason, that has underperformed in the first half that after the All-Star break could make some sort of run?
Well, the Orioles have been playing better the last 3-4 weeks. They've obviously been a major disappointment, but I don't know if they can come all the way back. I think they could maybe get into the wild card race. But again, we talk about pitching, and they just don't have enough of it. And Mike Elias, the GM, I mean, it's imperative for him to go out and get at least one quality starting pitcher, and really two. And if they do that by the deadline, then they could make a second half run. But they're definitely been a disappointment, no doubt. And that's the team to me that really jumps out. And just they won 101 games 2 years ago, and the future looks so bright. They did it with the young core of players, and now they've just gone south so quickly.
Right. So if we're talking about pitching, I feel like we have to at least mention the Phillies, what their rotation has been doing. Zach Wheeler, phenomenal, which it's a known commodity. He is obviously their ace. Then you have Christopher Sanchez, who's put up good numbers thus far. And Ranger Suarez, I think, had like a .58 ERA over like the last month or something. So when you have those three starters, which two of the three have already pitched in the postseason, are known commodities, like I said, does this give you more faith in the Phillies? Or do we need to see more out of their offense that has big names, but sometimes doesn't produce?
Yeah, their offense has been up and down. I'm not overly concerned by the offense. The bullpen is what scares me with the Phillies. Luis Alvarado suspended for 80 games. He won't be able to pitch in the postseason because he tested positive for PED. And there's really nobody in that bullpen that strikes me as somebody in October can come in and high leverage situations, and you're sure it's going to shut the door in big situations with the game on the line. And I know for a fact the Phillies are talking to everyone about relievers, and they want to add two arms to that bullpen. If they're able to do that, and Dave Dombrowski, the general manager, he's been doing this for almost 40 years, and he knows how to make the big moves when he has to. And I think he'll get the relievers they do, and if they do, that they need, and if they do, I think it's going to be really they will be very tough to beat in October if they add to that bullpen.
We're talking with John Parado. He is a Major League Baseball reporter and writer for Forbes, the Associated Press, and Baseball Digest. John, the big dumper, Cal Raleigh, has been a great story this season, leading the league in home runs. Can we really beat Aaron Judge to the punch at the end of the season, or is this just a fun story until Judge takes over?
Well, I tell you what, Raleigh has quietly been a pretty good player the last couple of years, and an all-star caliber player, a Gold Glove winner, and has shown some power. And I certainly didn't expect him to have more than 30 home runs at the end of her beginning of July. But I think if it's close, I like Raleigh to win the MVP because he does play a premium position, and he's a Gold Glove winner. But Aaron Judge is just so good, and I mean he's been slumping, and he's still hitting like 355, 360. He's going to be awfully hard to beat over the long run, as well as Raleigh's played. I think Judge will turn it back on and have another 50-plus homer season. And if the Yankees win the division, especially, that'll give them a little bit of an edge too when it comes to the voting.
Yeah, it feels like we have to at least mention Ohtani, and it feels like he does stuff, and now I'm not even like amused. I'm like, oh, he had another home run. Big deal. It's Ohtani. But when do we expect him to get back to pitching at a full strength where he's going, more than 2 innings? Is that in the near future?
I would say probably early August, end of July. It looks like they're going to, from Dave Roberts has been saying, it's going to be kind of a natural progression, having pitched 1 inning and then 2 and, eventually build him to 3 and then 4 and 5. I don't think they'll jump him all the way up to 5 right away. But I think, come the pennant stretch and into October, I think he'll be pretty much a normal starting pitcher. He may not go 7 or 8 innings, but I think he'll be capable of going 5 or 6, which is if you get 5 or 6 innings out of him, that's pretty good. And he is amazing. He really is. I'm out of words to describe him. I don't even know what to say about him anymore. He just did. I mean, it's unbelievable what he's doing.
John, is it surprising to you, or how surprising is it that we've seen a lot of these young players, from Jack Caglione to Paul Skeens last year, Jacob Mizorowski now, who are moving up through the minors so quickly, and especially Skeens and Mizorowski are dominating? Is this a new trend that we're starting to see in the sport?
Yeah, I think what you're seeing is a combination of a couple things. You're seeing more advanced instruction in youth baseball, even, going down into the lower levels. And then you get to college. And I think college baseball is as good as it's ever been. And it's really becoming like another level of the farm system for teams. These guys play at such a high caliber. And, in a lot of cases, they've been playing at a high caliber since they were 9, 10 years old, all the way up through college. And they're really battle tested, and they're ready to jump in. And, it's funny because even the best rookies, I mean, just a few years ago, you figured at least 2 years in the minors before they came up to the majors, and now it's just like a pit stop to the major leagues. But again, I think it's the advanced training. It's just the game itself is in better health overall when it comes to youth baseball, and that's filtered up to the big leagues, and especially when they all have their pink sliding mitts.
Oh, especially. Yes. That's an integral part of being in the spotlight. John, it feels like you can't.
Sliding mitt. Yeah.
Right? Like, who would have imagined that you need a mitt to slide? Like, come on, man. Be a man. Slide into second without something on your hands. It's fine. I want to ask you about the Astros, because every year it feels like it's, hey, the Astros lost some big pieces. Alex Bregman is gone. Maybe they're finally going to be out of the picture in the postseason. But once again, it feels like they're on the rise. I think they had the best record in baseball in June. And Hunter Brown looks like he is going to be a contender for the Cy Young. We have about a minute left here, John. Are the Astros going to be a postseason problem once again for the rest of the American League?
I think they could, because so many of them have postseason experience, and a lot of it is. And Hunter Brown is a top flight pitcher. Framber Valdez is a very tough lefty. Yeah, they could be they could be really good. And I'll give Dana Brown, the general manager, credit. When he took over in 2023, a lot of people thought that the Astros were on the downside after they won the World Series in 2022, but here they are again. And yeah, I think they could be a dangerous postseason team, no doubt.
He is John Parado, a Major League Baseball reporter and writer for Forbes, the Associated Press, and Baseball Digest as well. Find him on X at @JParado. John, thanks for being with us on this Wednesday, and enjoy your Independence Day.
Well, thank you, and the same to you. Thanks for having me. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, we did as well. Always love a good baseball guest to get us ready for what's coming up, the second half of the season. That's going to be here before you know it. We got a little respite here. I mean, All-Star Weekend, or the All-Star Game, is coming up in less than 2 weeks, Chelsea.
No, we've got to prepare for the doldrums. Isn't that like the worst betting time of the year, when they have like the ESPYs and it's like there's literally nothing to bet on, but this is a betting show, so you need to find a bet. I am not looking forward to that time of year, but we'll play the old reliable, probably the under in the All-Star Game. I feel like we play that every year just because the pitching depth is so good. And especially you look at this year, especially in the American League, like look at the guys that are in contention for the Cy Young in the American League, like Tariq Skubal, Hunter Brown, the list goes on. Garrett Crochet. So once again, that will be an auto play for me, is the under in the All-Star Game.
Oh, that's smart. I haven't even thought about betting on the All-Star Game. I like that you're already on it. Would you just go with
I play it every year.
Do you?
Like it's an auto bet. Yeah.
Oh, I guess I forgot.
I think I've played it every year that we've done this show, and I think it's hit every time.
Oh, all right. Can you grab it now? Can you bet on that right now or no? I don't think you can.
I don't
you have
think
to,
so.
I think you have to wait until like
we
the
haven't even
starters.
announced the All-Stars.
I know. Well, I guess that's true. I guess they have to announce the starters and who's going to go and the lineups and all that stuff. I'm so used to futures bet on this show. I'm like, hey, can you bet on it right now? Can you? But no, that's always, especially when you look at the pitching, especially in the American League, like you were talking about, like it's just unbelievable. Coming up next here on the show, well, it is our Friday, but that doesn't mean that we are skimping on our best bets. I've got a big card. Chelsea's undefeated this week, and of course, the Donkster always has plenty to say. That is coming up next on the Daily Tip on a BetMGM Network. Stay with us. We're going to finish strong before we send you into the holiday weekend. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Hope you're having a great Wednesday. Thanks for waking up with us. We're live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. It's Friday as we get ready for the July 4th weekend. All right, Chelsea. Your husband, Jake, loves a good firework, loves a good sparkler, a good Roman candle. Has he set off any fireworks yet? Scaring the hell out of the neighbors on the golf course?
Not yet, since we just got our fireworks yesterday.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure they were doing some last night after I went to bed. Because Blake has been like chomping at the bit because she wanted to do stuff yesterday during the day. I said, Blake, sweetie, I did not spend $100 on fireworks for you to do them during the day because you can't even see them. So I think they did some sparklers last night, but hopefully they didn't go through our entire stash and I didn't even get to see it because, like, you know, I want to see them. So hopefully we still have some fireworks left.
Oh, that'll be good. We're going to go watch the fireworks. Jen and Chris, our friends who live in Capitol Hill, have their annual July 4th party every year. So we're going to go to that. And then the whole group walks to kind of a grassy area in the neighborhood where you can overlook. It's kind of up on a hill so you can see the fireworks in the National Mall. So I'll walk there, throw down a blanket. There's a bunch of people from the neighborhood there. We watch that. Then we go back, continue to have drinks. And there's like families there, some kids. And so it's a good time, but it gets kind of crazy. And I'm glad that they are actually having a cookout this year. Like I said earlier in the show, they were going to have District Taco catering. And I love District Taco. It's very good. I just don't want tacos on July the 4th. So now we are going to have dogs and burgers, as it should be.
Thank goodness for that. That's the only American way to do it. Like, who doesn't want a cheeseburger or a hot dog? I think that's my only question is, do you go with both or do you have to choose one? Like, especially if you're at a cookout that's like not your own.
Yeah.
Does it feel greedy to ask for one of each?
No, absolutely not. You say, you know what? I'm going in. Over the next couple of days, I'll probably starve myself a little bit. Like, I'll go light on the food, and then come July 4th, forget about it. Day drinking, dogs, burgers, chicken. I don't care. Whatever it is you're grilling, I'm having it, and I'm going to load up, and I'm going to gain like 10 pounds in a day. It's going to be glorious.
Well, that's the American way, right?
It is the
Gaining weight
American
and
way.
drinking beer.
Yes.
Like, there's nothing more American. Maybe during Thanksgiving when there's football on, but like we still get baseball, and that is America's pastime by definition. But here's how I'm treating things. Since we are off starting, today in about 15 minutes, I'm going to treat the next like 4 days as 4th of July. I'm going to grill out probably every day. I'm going to, have a cold one probably every single day because why not? We don't have to wake up in the morning. So this should be a several day affair. The way that it falls on a day that we don't have to work on, I don't think it should be limited to only 4th of July.
I agree. I mean, you got the time off. Enjoy the time off. What are you going to do? Chores? Come on. Laundry? You're celebrating America. It deserves more than one day. So, I mean, I'm starting at 9:01. That's when I'm starting this morning. It's going to be a celebration for the ages. I cannot wait. I'm so excited. I'm also excited for Bed Sweats. And look at this. Bed Sweats. We got a Mac attack. Oh, yeah. Our buddy Chris Mack and our good friend Kate Constable are in today, talking lots of NFL, including how good the Steelers can potentially be in 2025. Chris covers the Steelers on a regular basis, so that'll be some good insight. Also, their biggest takeaways from the Manning camp. Also, Rami Malkloof from 670 The Score will join the show at 9:40, and then Eric Kratz from Foul Territory is talking baseball with the guys at 11. All right, Chelsea, this is it. Final bets of the week. Let's make them count.
Time to place your bets.
Couple squad plays on the card. I like what I'm seeing. What do you got?
Yeah, best bet of the day is going to be a re-rack of what we were betting on yesterday. We said to ourselves, why are we getting a good price on this Rangers team behind Jacob deGrom against the lowly Orioles? And you know what? We were right. So once again, the Rangers have an A-plus starter on the hill, and you can get them at a decent price at minus 148, I think is the best price that we found against the Orioles. So I think that maybe you get a discount on the Rangers stay because Nathan Eovaldi is slowly coming back from the injury list. He has not had a full, workload in his past few starts. But still, when Nathan Eovaldi is on, he is one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. There is a reason he has an ERA south of 2 this year. So I'm going to trust Nathan Eovaldi in this one, and I'm going to trust the team that has the better splits in this matchup. The Rangers have been great at home. They've been great as favorites. If you look at both of those numbers, 25 and 19 at home this year, and as favorites, 28 and 13. Meanwhile, you look at the Orioles, a team that's been a huge disappointment, 37 and 48 overall. Shigano, who's starting for the O's today, has an ERA of 4.06 now. Once upon a time, he was one of the better starters in the lineup. Now he's coming off a start where he gave up 7 earned runs to the Tampa Bay Rays. So I'm going to go with the Rangers today at home for a price of minus 148 behind Circle of Trust pitcher Nathan Eovaldi.
I will be on that as well. I've got 4 plays on the card. Whatever, let's do it. Cardinals money line, minus 138 in Pittsburgh. Now, the Pirates have been playing very well, and they have Mitch Keller on the mound, who's an underrated pitcher, even though he doesn't have the wins to show for it. But Sonny Gray is going for St. Louis. 8-2, a 3.36 ERA. Those numbers are skewed by a couple of blow-ups this season. I don't think the Pirates are going to blow him up. They don't have the bats in that lineup. Gray has made 16 starts for the Cards this season. The Cardinals have won 13 of those games. 13 of those wins. With those 13 wins, 11 have been by 2 runs or more. So if you like the Cards on the run line, I don't mind that either. Already, Gray has faced the Pirates twice this season. He's gone 12 innings while allowing 1 run and striking out 12. Mitch Keller, 1-7 at home this season, despite being very solid. I think this is a super cheap price to back Sonny Gray and the Cards against the Pirates. Let's go Cardinals money line, minus 138.
Ooh, that's a good one. And then how about we get our frustration out in fading the Rockies once again? So this time I think it's going to come through. This is going to be a squad play. Astros on the first 5 run line. It's a little juicy at minus 160, but listen, the discrepancy between these two pitchers is like the Grand Canyon. Hunter Brown has been probably, one of the best pitchers in all of baseball, especially over the last month. 1-0 with a 1.19 ERA. The guy's been lights out, a Cy Young contender. And then you look at the other side, and it's Austin Gomer, who has an ERA of 6. And the Rockies, who I feel like I don't have to point out, are the worst team in all of baseball. Over the last month, the Astros have been the best team in all of baseball. They had the best record in the month of June. So I'm going to take the Astros here to be ahead in the first 5 innings. That means they need to be winning. Astros first 5 run line at minus 160 against the lowly Rockies.
Oh, you know I'm going to be on that as well. All right. A few more plays here. I am also on the Rangers, first 5, Rangers money line, I should say, backing Nathan Eovaldi. Also, I love this play. Brewers, first 5 money line against the Mets. This is game 2, and it's minus 130. You've got the big stud rookie, Jacob Mizorowski, taking on Blake Tidwell, who gets the start for the Mets. I mean, Mizorowski has been nothing short of brilliant during his time in the majors. Short time, but in 3 starts, he's allowed a total of 2 runs over 16 innings while striking out 19. His ERA is a paltry 1.13. The Brewers have led after 5 innings in each and every start he has made. On the other side, Blake Tidwell, oh my God, the dullest pitching knife in the rotation for the Mets. Also a rookie. He has not fared well at all. 12 runs in only 10 2/3 innings over 3 games. He has not gone longer than 3 2/3 innings in a single outing this year. This is a great price on a starting pitcher with a massive advantage on the mound. Brewers, first 5 money line, minus 130. And finally, I will say I'm also with you, squad play, on the Astros. I'm tired of the Rockies screwing me, okay? I'm tired of the Rockies screwing me. This is just a pure spite play. You mentioned Hunter Brown. He's great. Also, the Rockies are going with Austin Gomber. How do you trust a guy with the last name Gomber? Now, he was good against the Dodgers and Braves this year, but he got shelled for 9 runs against the D-backs 2 starts ago in the Mile High City. So I am on that as well out of pure spite. Let's get a win in a Mile High City. Let's just, let's go undefeated this weekend. Why not? Why not us?
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah. Why not? You have 4 plays to sweat. Good luck with that. But I do like all of them. So I think we're going to have a good weekend.
I think so as well. Chris Mack's coming up. That always makes for a good weekend. I mean, it's middle of the week for us, but it's our weekend. Let's get to the Dogster first, and then we'll talk to Chris Mack.
Good morning.
Oh, Dogster. What's wrong?
I feel like everyone has 4th of July plans but me.
Well, that can't be true.
Oh.
That can't be true.
People are so rude. I've been texting invites all week long and nobody has responded, not even Sammy Payne.
Oh, well, don't call him that.
No, don't say that. Well, what are you texting?
Pretty much what everyone else does. It's a picture of a wiener that says, "Come over and let's celebrate."
Well, now I sort of understand. Give us a pick, please.
Royals, Mariners, under 7.
Okay, good luck. Coming up next on Bet Sweats. Oh, what a treat. It's our friend Chris Mack. Chris, good morning.
Morning, friends. Tell Donkster just typically sending pictures of wieners not a good idea.
That's, he's learning. He's learning. It's a
golden advice.
Yeah, it's a slow process.
I love both of you with the looks at with Gomber going for the Rockies, going against Colorado. I've got a little added home run prop on top of that one that we may sprinkle in during today's show, looking at the MLB card. I'm sure they'll want to pick my brain on the show about why the Steelers will be a miserable disaster after everything they've done, or will be a miraculous success. So we'll talk about both sides of the coin, and obviously whatever the hell they're doing in Milwaukee with the Bucks.
Yeah, that's an interesting one as well. Chris, good to see you. Have a great show. Enjoy your Independence Day weekend as well. That is it for us on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network with Chelsea Messenger, Denton Day, Dylan Mitchell, Kenny Henderson, and the Dongster. I'm Michael Jenkins. Enjoy your holiday weekend. Have a great Wednesday, and we'll see you next time.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
And here we go. Bet Sweats live, coast to coast on the BetMGM Network. Joe O and Sammy P both off the rest of the week. Kate Constable is here. I am Chris Mack. Welcome in. We are live coast to coast, not only inside your Odyssey app, AUDACY, where you can listen to everything we're doing. Use the rewind function to go back and check out anything you may have missed. Download all the podcasts as well, but also live every day in this first hour of the show on Stadium. By all means, do the right thing and watch the show as well. WatchStadium.com is where you go to watch the show. We've got a big one today with a lot going on, not just with 19 baseball games being played across the MLB slate, 19, including 4 doubleheaders. And not only do we have some things to power rank, not only do we have some NFL futures to look at, but we've got nonsense in the NBA, at least if you're a Milwaukee Bucks fan. We'll get into that in just a moment. But, Kate, first and foremost, how are you? How's your 4th of July starting to shape up as we're now 48 hours out?
I'm good, Chris. I'm excited to be back with you this week. It's been a while since we've been on together, so we should have a fun couple of days. I'm just getting ready to eat dogs, burgers, have a couple beers on the 4th of July. I mean, we work early. We're doing the morning show early on Friday, which means my plan is take a quick little power nap after and then get after it. I mean, 4th of July landing on a Friday this year, that's perfect.
It is. It's perfect. Plenty of dogs, plenty of beers. Hopefully a nice, hot, sunny summer day. If you got a pool, you'll be by that. Whatever you're doing, though, make sure you're taking us with you. We'll give you everything we've got for the next few days, betting-wise. Like I said, a full MLB slate that we've probably already got some looks lined up for. There's Wimbledon going on. How about Coco Gauff getting bounced early at Wimbledon again? Second-seeded Coco Gauff, who was a minus 530 favorite, upset in a stunner by Diana Yastremska from the Ukraine. She is just the third woman in the Open era to lose in the first round at Wimbledon right after winning the French Open Championship. And like I said, this is now repeatable by her in that she's never made the quarters at Wimbledon. This is her white whale. She cannot get anywhere at Wimbledon. Coco Gauff out before the quarterfinals again.
That was shocking to see. And I am not much of a tennis bettor, Chris, but Wimbledon, one of the majors in tennis that you keep your eye on, right? And Coco Gauff, you just kind of would assume based on her pedigree for the average casual tennis fan like myself, like she'll be fine going up against an unranked opponent first round. Like, sure, she's struggled in Wimbledon before. Maybe she doesn't win it. Maybe you don't bet on that, but at least betting her to get out of the first round, that should have been a fairly safe play. But no, I don't know what it is about Wimbledon for her. I mean, everyone has their one tournament that they kind of can't get over the hump on, and that seems to be it for her. But we have seen quite a few upsets in Wimbledon so far, which, I mean, keeps things exciting.
Yeah, it's again something that she can't get over the hump there for whatever reason, and it happened again this year. Again, plenty of baseball today. You had a 7 RBI night or day on Canada Day for George Springer yesterday. A big win for the Jays over the Yanks. Ohtani went deep for a 30th time as they put up 4 in the first inning and ended up running away from the White Sox. Another stellar start from Jacob deGrom. No run support for Paul Skeens again in Pittsburgh, but the Pirates still won a 5th in a row, a season-long winning streak for them. We'll get into plenty of baseball in just a little bit. Aside from what's going on with the Bucks in the NBA, which we'll get into in just a second, in the WNBA, where they're in season, the in-season Commissioner's Cup won by the Indiana Fever last night, 74-59 over the Minnesota Lynx. They were 10.5-point dogs as Caitlin Clark missed her third straight game, Kate, but 18 unanswered to finish up the second quarter. They were down 20-12 at one point. They end up pulling away from Minnesota, winning the Commissioner's Cup, and now back to 500. And some people starting to wonder, Indiana playing this well now, when they do get Caitlin Clark back and healthy, what's that mean for their chances later in the summer headed towards the postseason?
Well, first of all, Chris, if you bet on Minnesota last night, that sucks. That sucks because the line opened at 4.5 before the Clark news came out. It went to 6.5 yesterday, closed at 10.5. And the Minnesota Lynx lose outright. They had their worst offensive performance of the season, shot 34% from the field. They shot 50% from the field and 3 in the first quarter. 20-12 after the first quarter, and you thought, okay, this is just going to be a runaway. Should have laid the points with Minnesota. That was a smart play. No wonder it moved so heavily to double-digit favorites. Nah, then the Fever are like, nope, here we come. You got to give them credit. Without Caitlin Clark on the floor, I didn't give the Fever much of a chance to beat Minnesota, and I don't think a whole lot of other people did. But the combination of Lexi Hall being in the starting lineup, which is kind of what forced DeWanna Bonner out of Indianapolis within the last week. Aaliyah Boston was phenomenal. Kelsey Mitchell, like they have a lot of really good pieces that even with Caitlin Clark, like you just took down one of the top teams in the league and on their home floor to win some money for your team. That was a great, great win for the Indiana Fever last night.
Yeah, so they win the Commissioner's Cup, the in-season tournament, and like I said, back to 500 now. So a team that once Clark is healthy again, people will have an eye on headed down the stretch into the second half of the WNBA season. But the big news of the day was in the NBA. The Milwaukee Bucks decide to sign Miles Turner, 4 years, $107 million, and you go, well, how's that going to fit under the cap? You can't do that. Wait, you did what? You waived Dame Lillard and stretched the deal so that over the next 4 years, you'll effectively be paying $50 million worth of cap space to have Miles Turner on your roster. Oh, boy. A lot of things that spin out of this, Kate, not the least of which I think is the first reaction from everyone. Is this what Giannis wants? Because the whole concern in Milwaukee over the last couple of months, but it's been sort of simmering on the back burner over the last couple of years, people wondering what Giannis's future in Milwaukee would look like. We thought things were good when they went out and got Dame Lillard, but Lillard, obviously the Achilles injury, they lose to the Pacers in the playoffs, and everybody really ramped up the speculation as to what's Giannis's future hold. And Milwaukee, I don't want to say they didn't have to do this, I don't think, to keep Giannis happy. Maybe they had to do something, but this is the kind of move that makes you shake your head and go, wait, is this really what they think the fix is for getting back to the finals and maybe winning another title during what's left of Giannis's prime as long as he remains in Milwaukee?
Well, Giannis, based on his social media posts yesterday, doesn't seem to be too happy about this move, Chris, and didn't seem to know about it prior. And that's just me speculating. I don't have any insider information. I have not talked to Giannis himself. I called him a couple times, didn't answer his phone. But it's essentially like, yeah, you are opening up a little bit of cap space now by stretching Lillard, but can you really do enough with that to bring in someone else? Because Miles Turner is basically just a little bit better version of Brooke Lopez, a little younger, a little bit more versatile. You still need another component. And I mean, yeah, Lillard wouldn't have played this year. Coming back second year off the Achilles, is he going to be the same type of Damian Lillard we expect? Like, that's where I think the thought process comes from Milwaukee. And so they're like, okay, well, if we can just stretch this, get a little bit more cap space, maybe we can find someone. But I feel like this made things worse in Giannis's mind. Like, we were all wondering, when is he going to ask out? Is he going to ask out? This kind of feels like this is going to be the breaking point for him. Especially, it's also confusing, Chris, like why they did it the second day of free agency. Why didn't you it almost felt like an impulse move. Like, why did you not plan this prior? Why did you not do it prior to free agency? That way, maybe you could have pounced on someone else earlier on in free agency, and not necessarily a massive name, but to just build your depth, things like that. Those are the questions I have.
Yeah, you wonder if it's a little bit of a ripple effect from Brooke Lopez heading to the Clippers. They do get what amounts to a younger, maybe defensively better, more mobile version of Brooke Lopez in Miles Turner, a guy who has postseason experience, who was at the heart of that Pacers roster over the course of the better part of the last decade. But yeah, at the cost is the question. At the cost of, and again, not so much saying goodbye to Damian Lillard. Okay, to your point, the Achilles injury is going to be out all year anyway. What's he look like the first full year back off the Achilles? Dame isn't getting any younger. So all of those things play into, hey, how does Lillard fit into our future? And I understand that, but waiving him, stretching the cap number out, and then adding Turner's number on top of it. Now, the only thing where I think maybe you can, I don't know, appease Giannis a little bit here is, hey, Giannis, you're going to have a lot more help underneath. This guy, like we said, is a younger version of Lopez. And you can handle the ball even more if you want, because that's the one thing we've seen that seems to appease Giannis is he imagines himself as sort of this point forward who can run the offense. And that's great. The ball in Giannis's hands is not a bad thing, but it's going to be interesting to see how they bring all this together. I don't think this makes the Bucks any better than they were 2 months ago. Miles Turner is, like I said, a younger, slightly better defensively upgrade over Lopez, but not so much so that you're willing to allocate this much of your cap over the next few years to that move.
Yeah, no. Numbers did move a little bit, which I was surprised at, I guess, kind of how much they moved. Monday, the Bucks were 22-1 to win the East. They were 66-1 to win the NBA title. They're now down to 16-1 to win the East. So from 22 to 16 and from 66 to 50. So, I mean, that's still the 8th shortest odds to win the East. So you're still not one of the top contenders in the East. I think the books just had, I mean, you had Miles Turner. He is a good player. Like, can't argue that. So they have to move it a little bit. But those numbers don't move the needle enough, I don't think, in Giannis's mind. Like, that is not a significant enough move for us to be a title contender. And that's exactly what the books are telling you. 8th shortest odds to win the East in a upcoming season, Chris, where the East, we've said it, I mean, it's kind of getting nauseating at this point. Like, the East is wide open. Anyone can win the East this year, and the Bucks still have the 8th shortest odds.
We'll talk to Rami Makloff of Milwaukee. He's also on 670 The Score from time to time. He's all over this, and he will join us in about 28 minutes to give us the view of what's going on up in Milwaukee after the release of Damian Lillard and the signing of Miles Turner, the biggest move in the NBA offseason to this point. Don't forget, you can watch the show on Stadium via BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app, the first hour of the show here on Bet Sweats alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. More NBA free agency reaction in just a couple of minutes, but the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander Supermax is the other big bit of news from the NBA. The first NBA player to eclipse an average annual value of $70 million a year. He joins Shohei Ohtani, I believe it is, as the only 2 athletes in the 4 major North American sports to average at least $70 million a year. $285 million is the number. And this does give them the ability to sort of stagger out SGA, Jalen Williams, and Chet Holmgren's contracts coming due so that they can do their best to keep those big 3, if you want to call them that, together in OKC.
Yeah, and I mean, I thought it was very, I don't know if telling is the right word, but SGA could have taken a lot more next season. He turned down like almost $100 million to be able to keep this core intact. He could have signed that contract next year, and that would have given him a 300-some million. And instead he takes it now because he knows what Oklahoma City has with Jalen Williams, with Chet Holmgren, all those players you just named. Like, that is a team that is going to be contending for a very long time. And to have a superstar who just won a scoring title, Western Conference MVP, Finals MVP of Finals. That's a pretty like selfless move. You win all that, and you still take a team-ish or team-friendlier deal. I mean, he's still getting his bag, and you take that bag and run, SGA. You deserve every dollar of that. But I thought that was kind of cool of him.
And a chance for them to really put a stranglehold on the West for the next few years because, like you mentioned with the East, and everybody's been saying over and over again, the East is wide open. Behind OKC, the rest of the West is kind of wide open now, too. We'll talk about some moves that were made. Somebody leaves Minnesota. Somebody's headed to Denver. A couple things have happened over the last couple of days in NBA free agency that are worth talking about here in a couple of minutes. But there's a reason they are head and shoulders above everybody else on the board for both NBA Finals and Western Conference. It's because they've put it all together now. Where does it go for OKC? And what about the rest of the NBA free agent market? We'll break it all down for you alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network, and also for your viewing pleasure on the Stadium Network via Bally Sports Live. We are here. The first hour of Bet Sweats up and running alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P the next few days, getting you ready for the 4th of July weekend with a ton of baseball. 18, 19 games, depending on how you want to count them, across Major League Baseball today. So a full card to bet on, doubleheaders in Queens, Philly, Washington. Plenty to get into in about 1 hour from now when we'll go through the entire MLB card. It's a Wednesday on Bet Sweats, which means power rankings. We will tell you, each of us, the 3 biggest reasons everything the Steelers have done this offseason will work, and the 3 reasons it won't work. Plus, Eric Kratz, speaking of baseball, is going to join us at 11 a.m. Eastern. Rami Makloff of 670 The Score joins us in 20 minutes to look at things from a Milwaukee perspective on this Dame Lillard, Miles Turner, Giannis Antetokounmpo, maybe not drama, but news, definitely, over the last 24 hours. We mentioned the Supermax extension, Kate, for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander that really cements them for the next several years as the team to beat in the West. But plenty of other moves have happened in the first couple of days of NBA free agency, and a lot of the newsworthy ones have happened with those teams that are right behind OKC on that Western Conference table. In particular, we could talk about the Jaren Jackson Jr. extension in Memphis, 5 years, $240 million. We could talk about Nickeil Alexander-Walker, the sign and trade. He leaves and heads to Atlanta, 4 years, $62 million there. Atlanta in the East, obviously, also adding Kristaps Porzingis. We could talk about Cam Johnson getting added to the Nuggets, the moves they've made in Denver as well. But that second tier, when we add in the Kevin Durant trade and everything else that has happened on that second tier of the Western Conference with Denver, Houston, and Minnesota, gives you a chance to maybe take a step back and say, okay, what's going on with the rest of the West now that SGA is settled in OKC with the Supermax?
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple teams that I would look at now that they have moves made, and a couple that are kind of off my radar right now. One of those being the Los Angeles Lakers. They still don't have a center. What centers are out there in free agency right now? DeAndre Ayton is one of those names. I don't think that's a great fit there. The Orlando Magic are certainly in the East. We're not going to discuss them in the West right now. But the Denver Nuggets, the moves that they've made, like they made a lot of changes, and you have a new front office right now. You have a new head coach in Adelman who was promoted from interim head coach last season. But you bring over Cameron Johnson, you get off of the Michael Porter Jr. contract, which I think was huge. You bring in Jonas Valanciunas as a backup to Jokic. So maybe, like Chris, I think that is a great move right there, because those non-Jokic minutes were miserable for the Nuggets. Like, they lost almost all of those. The on-off splits for Jokic are crazy. I think Valanciunas is a great backup for him and can maybe help just alleviate some of that pressure when Jokic is on the bench. You also bring in, who did they just sign yesterday? I had it in front of me and I'm blanking on it right now. Hardaway, Tim Hardaway Jr. For some more 3-point shooting. And maybe that means Stallworth is Jillian Stallworth. Maybe he's kind of out of the rotation a little bit. I don't know, but I just like what Denver's done. Like, they're all of a sudden, we're looking at the odds boards right now. Second favorite to win the finals. That has shifted drastically over the last 2 days since free agency started. So I really like the moves that they've made.
Yeah, I think they add some experience, right? Some quality experience in Cam Johnson. And, you know, like you mentioned, you bring in Hardaway, that reduces the minutes in the rotation for Strother and Peyton Watson, which I think, you know, I think there's just a sense that, like you said, when Joker is not on the floor, we've got to do more to fill out the depth pieces on this roster. And that's what Denver seems to have done. So, yeah, like you said, 6-1 now to win the finals. The Rockets are right there at 8-1. T-Wolves at 18-1. Lakers, of course, always a inflated or I guess deflated number at 16-1. So the rest of the West, like I mentioned, teams seem to be trying to find their footing early in free agency in how they want to go after things, whether it's fixing what didn't work last year, maybe reinforcing what worked last year. Like I mentioned, Memphis, Jaren Jackson Jr. in the 5-year, $240 million extension, or they decide to just figure out a different way. I thought Nickeil Alexander-Walker, the sign and trade from Minnesota to Atlanta, again, 4 years, $62 million. The T-Wolves, I don't want to say it feels lost right now in Minnesota, but I'm having a hard time figuring out what the path forward is to make themselves markedly better going into next year after another disappointing exit, I guess I would call it.
Yeah, Chris, that's a good question. As a Timberwolves fan, I'm not feeling like they did a whole lot to get better. I mean, hey, you re-signed Joe Ingles when those late game out of bounds plays are coming down. This are important. He's going to be key there. I mean, re-signing Julius Randle, they found some continuity with him late in the year. I know in the finals in the Western Conference series, he was awful. And a couple of those series, he was awful, but did have some bright moments. Yeah, losing Nickeil Alexander-Walker in free agency, they just didn't have the money, the space to sign him. That's, I think, a big loss. He was a great role player coming off the bench for them, someone who was improving each year too. I think the hope for Minnesota is Anthony Edwards continues to take a step forward. Maybe they need to add another, ball dominant player of some sort that can kind of handle those point guard responsibilities a little bit better than Mike Conley, who's aging. So I don't know if Minnesota really got any better, but they have been to back-to-back Western Conference Finals. So did they need, losing both of those, you do need to continue to improve. But
yeah.
For Nickeil Alexander-Walker going over to the Hawks, I think that's a great place for him. Got his money, certainly deserved that. And what the Hawks are quietly building, I never have thought of Trae Young as a title winner by himself. Right. He's the number one option on that Hawks team. He's not going to be the number one option that wins you a title, but similar to what we saw with the Pacers and their depth, and even OKC, I know SGA was the MVP, but they're more just balanced teams. Their benches are built out, and that's what we're seeing in Atlanta. So maybe they're trying to follow that formula of those two teams that were in the finals this past season.
Before we pivot over to the East for a couple of minutes, because there's an interesting move that happened in one spot, really only as kind of a repercussion of something that has been talked about over the last couple of weeks. There is one more sort of under the radar note I wanted to mention in the West. And look, it's depth. It's a guy getting added to the front court in San Antonio, which when you have Victor Wembanyama isn't necessarily a huge move. But 4 years, $41 million for Luke Cornett is the kind of move I think you make when you think you're ascending, not because Luke Cornett is the final capstone piece to a championship contender, but because it's the kind of guy that can eat minutes when Wemby does have to come off the floor or gives him help in the front court around the rim defensively. I really like this as a sign of the Spurs are believing in how this roster is coming together. This is the kind of addition you make, like I said, sort of on the periphery of the roster when you feel like you're ready to take that next step. And again, anything you can do to keep Wemby fresh so that when you do get to the really big games in the spring and this Spurs roster starts to take that next step forward, I really like. And I think that Luke Cornett signing, again, kind of flying under the radar because, it's Luke Cornett. But I think it's an important depth addition for the Spurs in a spot where they need to give Wemby all the help he can.
And, he stretches the floor a little. He can shoot the three.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if you look at San Antonio's roster, you're right, they needed to add some depth there because they are very, very guard heavy, especially just drafting Dylan Harper. You have Stephon Castle, who, I don't know how the depth chart is actually going to shake out. ESPN has Stephon Castle behind Dylan Harper. Stephon Castle was the rookie of the year last year. So, you do have a lot of guard play on the Spurs that you needed to build out that front court a little bit. And of the free agent options, I think he was a great piece to put in that spot.
Yeah, you mentioned the Nickeil Alexander-Walker addition in Atlanta to pivot back to the Eastern Conference. We'll see if that helps get them over the hump from just being a perennial play-in team, which the Hawks have been. Obviously, the Porzingis addition as well, depending on how healthy he is, could help them in that regard. But an interesting move in Detroit that you brought up when we were talking about things during the break that really is sort of a trickle-down effect of a big story over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, is Malik Beasley. We had the gambling situation come out the other day that he was being investigated. Nothing is confirmed yet, but allegedly gambled on games when he was with the Bucks. And now it's coming out that he's in some deep financial trouble. He's taken out some loans he can't pay back. He owes a lot of people money. And so that is not a great, it wasn't a great thing to be accused of betting on games to begin with, but now his financial issues almost explain maybe why he was, which does not help his case at all. But either way, he was set to sign a new deal with the Detroit Pistons, who he was great with last season. And instead, that money, that spot essentially went to Duncan Robinson, who just signed, I believe it was a sign and trade or a buyout with the Heat. And Duncan Robinson is now with the Detroit Pistons and basically in Malik Beasley's role as the best 3-point shooter on that team right now. And that's what they needed. So a good signing for Detroit. Now, Duncan Robinson, his defense is something to be desired. But if he can give you enough offense there and kind of fill that role that Beasley had, if you're Malik Beasley, I feel for the guy, not only just being in the trouble he's in, but your spot essentially just got taken because of all of it, which Pistons, it's a business. They have to move on and do what is best for their roster. And Duncan Robinson fits that role.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's the trickle-down effect, though, of what happens when guys get involved in this and start to get a little too deep. We'll break down again with a guy who's there in Milwaukee, Rami Makloff, on everything that's gone on in Milwaukee in the last 24 hours in a little less than 10 minutes. Top of the hour, Wednesday power rankings focused on everything the Pittsburgh Steelers have tried to do this offseason to not just get to the playoffs, but maybe actually win a playoff game for the first time in nearly a decade. And in a little less than an hour, we roll through our favorite bets and looks on today's MLB card as well. One final thing, because I haven't had a chance to get this off my chest since it happened, but you see the numbers on the Rockets, right? I think it's plus 450 to win the West at BetMGM. You can find them at 5, a little bit 5.5 at other spots. Please listen to your friend Chris Mack. Don't do that. Don't throw your money away. Kevin Durant is... I can't get over the fact I see people talking about the Rockets now as... we talked about that second tier, Kate, in the West, the Nuggets, the T-Wolves. Who else is going to be on that second tier? Please stop talking about the Rockets. I loved everything the Rockets had done up to the day they decided to add team-killing Kevin Durant. I hope you see this on one of your burner accounts, KD, and decide to come at me on social media because you are going to kill things in Houston. I am begging people, please don't go all in on the Rockets this year. I have a bad feeling that this Kevin Durant move is going to be exactly what halts what had been a very promising build right in its tracks, Kate.
Hey, Chris, I can't disagree with you. Linked to Minnesota, I was just praying that the Timberwolves did not figure out a way to acquire him. And thankfully he didn't want to go to Minnesota because you look at Kevin Durant, this is his 4th team in the last however many, a long time is what I'm saying. He's played for quite a few teams and it hasn't worked. Ever since leaving Golden State, you go to Brooklyn, try and do the super team thing. Not going to work. You go to Phoenix, try and do the super, not working at all. Houston, I think, is going to be a solid team this year. They're certainly going to be a playoff team. Maybe they can make a deep run in the playoffs, maybe get to the Western Conference Finals. If that is probably the ceiling for them. But I'm with you. I think Kevin Durant right now, it's not that he's a bad player. I think he still has some left in the tank scoring wise.
Yeah.
But it just hasn't worked out jumping from team to team. He's not building any continuity. It feels like a bad situation. So I can't argue with you in that sense.
I think the only the only place the team he's on has been able to have ultimate success was when he joined a team that already had that success before he got there in Golden State. He hasn't won the ultimate prize anywhere else. And to your point, he's bounced around trying to find it. Brooklyn to Phoenix, now to Houston. And I'm here to tell you, it's not going to work any better in Houston than it did in Phoenix or in Brooklyn or anywhere else outside of Golden State where they already had the roster built and just sort of dropped KD as the cherry on top of the sundae. And he could go be himself, and they wouldn't be bothered by it. All right, back to the other team that is making us shake our heads if you're an NBA fan. Everything going on in Milwaukee. We break it down with Rami Makloff of 670 The Score. He's in Milwaukee to talk to us about it next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network, it is Bet Sweats alongside Kate Constable. I am Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P for the next few days. Don't forget, this first hour of the show you can watch every day live on the Stadium Network via the Bally Sports Live app. And, of course, you can always watch on Twitch and YouTube as well. Take us with you if you're listening, wherever you're going, inside your free Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download today. That thing is key, because you got to go to your brother-in-law's for some terrible cookout where he's going to overdo the burgers that are going to be like hockey pucks this weekend. You'd at least like to have the BetMGM Network with you. How are they feeling this morning in Milwaukee? We'll get into that in 1 second with Rami Makloff in Milwaukee. Also handles himself pretty well on 670 The Score in Chicago as well. Eric Kratz of Foul Territory a little more than 1 hour from now at 11 a.m. Eastern to talk about 19 different games being played across Major League Baseball today. We'll go through the card as well. Top of the hour, power rankings, 3 reasons the Steelers' moves will work, 3 moves the Steelers won't work. All of that on the way, plus an early look at NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year and Offensive Player of the Year odds as well, with training camp just a few weeks away in most spots. But it has been a whirlwind 24 hours or so in Milwaukee. So let's get a guy who is there going through it with everybody else who's a Bucs fan. Rami Makloff joins us now here on Bet Sweats. And the first headline I saw from a Milwaukee news outlet this morning, Rami, was flurry of roster moves could reopen Bucs championship window. Is that really the positive feeling around the Miles Turner signing and the waiving of Damian Lillard that people are feeling in Milwaukee this morning?
It has been a roller coaster of emotions. First, like the minor moves that they made, bringing back Kevin Porter Jr., bringing back Gary Trent Jr., I was like, okay, all right. I like what those guys did for this team last year. You got to build that supporting cast. And then I saw the Miles Turner news, and I was like, all right, we are in business here in Milwaukee. And then the Dame news dropped just a few minutes after that. And that was kind of a gut punch that the Dame Lillard era came and went so uneventfully. But when I sit back and look at what this roster is right now, and then the big picture that they fit in, I do think, first of all, I don't think the championship window ever really closed. I don't. When you have a player like Giannis Antetokounmpo, I don't think the championship window ever closes. I know the NBA Finals and the NBA playoffs had a little bit different look this year, and it wasn't as superstar driven as it often is, but it's still a superstar driven league. And when you have a Giannis, you have a chance to come out of your conference and win a championship. And yeah, I do still think that's the case in an Eastern Conference that's wide open, where Indy just lost Tyrese Halliburton to a blown up Achilles, and now Miles Turner goes to the Bucs. Are still looking for a head coach. The Cavs looked like kind of a paper tiger when the playoffs started last year. So yeah, I think when I sit back and look at the big picture of this whole thing and where the Bucs fit in it, I don't know that I would say the championship window opened back up. I don't think it ever really closed, to be quite honest with you.
The biggest challenge that the Bucs have is keeping Giannis happy, really. How happy do you think Giannis is with the departure of Damian Lillard and the addition of Miles Turner?
I'll be honest with you, I sort of shrug off a lot of the Giannis trade rumors, and I don't think a lot of them are rumors. That's why if you're watching on video right now, I'm doing air quotes. I think it's just random and reckless speculation a lot of the time when people are questioning whether Giannis will ask out, if he'll be a Buck next year. There was a report that came out yesterday from Chris Haynes that said Giannis was not happy with the waiving of Damian Lillard. And when it comes from Chris Haynes, I tend to believe it. He has people in Giannis's camp. He has pretty good sources there. And so that particular rumor does worry me a little bit, really, for the first time. From the time this season ended to yesterday, when I saw that report from Chris Haynes, I really wasn't too nervous about Giannis asking out of Milwaukee. I just didn't think that was a likelihood. But when Chris Haynes puts that out there, now I do kind of have my eye on the thing, and it has me a little bit worried. But as long as Giannis is back and is bought into this thing, I think this Bucks team could go as far as anybody in the East.
Does this open the opportunity, you think, Rami, for them to, I guess, let Giannis run even more of the offense through him? He wants to be sort of that, I'll do air quotes as well. We'll make that a thing. Point forward, right? He wants to be a guy who can handle the ball, run the offense through him. And look, not having to share as much of the ball with Damian Lillard, obviously getting help both defensively and on the offensive side with Miles Turner. Is this an opportunity maybe for Giannis Antetokounmpo to just take on even more, put more on my shoulders? This is what I want. And if that's the case, what does everything else look like around him? And is it enough for the Bucks if they have to just throw everything on Giannis's shoulders? Do they still have the supporting cast to take them deep into the playoffs?
He said himself after the playoff loss to the Pacers that point forward role is kind of how he envisions his next evolution in the NBA as he gets a little bit older and his game transforms and he has to kind of fit into what the NBA game is today. I think he's fully capable of that. He has the handles. One of the most underrated parts of Giannis's game is his passing ability and just his vision. So I think he has that in him, and I think they can do more of that. I don't know if that becomes the Bucks' full-time offense, that it's running through Giannis and he's bringing the ball up the court and is sort of that point forward every time up and down. I think it can be a bigger part of their offense, but I think we need to see what the final picture looks like before I can tell you exactly how much or what that will look like with Giannis in the point forward role. Because right now, with Chris Middleton traded last year and now with Dame being traded this off or being waived this offseason, I don't know who his number 2 option is. And he's got some shooters around him with Kevin Porter Jr. and Gary Trent Jr., who I mentioned before. Miles Turner can shoot it a little bit. So he's got some shooters around him, but he doesn't have that true number 2 option and the guy who he can go to more often than not, I think, right now on this roster. So I need to see who that guy is, because if there isn't a bona fide number 2 on this roster, I don't know that I want Giannis coming down with the ball in his hands every time, because if there isn't a lethal shooter open, but that gets open by Giannis being that point forward, I just don't know what plan B is when the defense covers up plan A for that Bucks offense coming down the court.
How do they get to that plan B? Like, what moves do you expect them to continue to make, if any at all, based on their cap situation and the free agents that are out there?
One thing I know about Bucks GM John Horst is don't expect anything. This guy will always keep you on your toes. None of us saw the Dame move coming when they signed him or traded for him. I mean, none of us saw the Dame move when they waived him. And John Horst has been full of surprises throughout his time as the general manager of the Bucks. So I couldn't tell you what to expect. I wouldn't be surprised, and I don't know if this is necessarily the plan B or the scoring option that Bucks fans are looking for, but I wouldn't be surprised if somehow, some way they swung bringing Drew Holiday back to the Bucks. And I'm not that's not on any sources or anything. Again, like I was saying about people making up Giannis rumors and speculation often, that's on some level what I'm doing here. But if you want to make Giannis happy, I know one guy he loved playing with was Drew Holiday, who I don't think wants to be in Portland right now. They might want him there after trading for him again. I don't know if people remember, he was traded from the Bucks to Portland and then from Portland to the Celtics. So this is the second time that Portland has traded for him. The first time it looked like just a move to get a guy who could get them some assets. This time, from what I'm hearing, it sounds like they want him there. I don't know if he wants to be there. And if Portland ends up moving Drew Holiday, I wouldn't be surprised if John Horst got in on that and brought Giannis's buddy back. Again, I don't know that solves these problems or answers these questions that I'm bringing up about this Bucks roster next year, but I think that would make them better, and I think it would go some way in making Giannis happy if he's not pleased with the moves that he saw yesterday.
Follow him on Twitter at Rami is tweeting. Rami Makloff is in Milwaukee. And if we're going to talk to somebody in Wisconsin, we got to talk about the Packers real quick, because an hour from now, Rami, we're going to look at NFL Offensive Player of the Year and NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year. There's a guy who's a little farther down the board, but the Packers finally went out and got themselves a receiver in the first round, Matthew Golden at 30-1. What's your expectation on his impact in the Packers offense?
That Packers offense, I remember being on here with you guys last year as the season was getting started, and you were asking me who would be the number one target, who would get the most targets and catches in that Packers offense, and it was a tough question, and I think it's still a tough question this year, and Matthew Golden only makes it that much tougher of a question. They have been looking for a number one wide receiver for a long time, and last year a lot of people thought Addison Reed would be that guy. And really, that Packers offense as a whole didn't perform at the level that I think a lot of people thought that it would perform at. And a lot of that has to do with Jordan Love suffering an injury in the first game of the season. I don't know that he was really right till about week 8 or week 9 after coming back from that injury. And so the spreading out of the ball, I think, got a little bit even more watered down in terms of who was going to get that big production. Golden is a guy that I think they got big plans for. I don't know if in his rookie year he comes out and grabs that number one spot. I think I said Addison Reed a second ago. I meant Jordan Reed. I think there's still some good wide receivers on this roster. And Matthew Golden he'll fit in and he'll definitely get his and have some production. I don't know it'll be to the point where we're talking about him in the Rookie of the Year discussion, but you never know, because I do think that is a very potentially high-powered offense, and Jordan Love can put up some big numbers if he can stay healthy for 17 games.
Rami, great stuff. We appreciate the time and talking about Giannis and the Bucks and Miles Turner and all of it. We'll catch up again soon. Enjoy your 4th of July weekend and the rest of the summer, man.
Same to you guys. Thank you for having me.
Speaking of Packers, a former Packers quarterback is now a big part of things in a different spot. We're going to power rank the reasons we think the Steelers' offseason moves will be successful or won't be successful. We'll do that next, right here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Rodgers looking, end zone, touchdown, Brees Hall pulls it in, and the Jets take the lead, 26 yards, a rope from Rodgers.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Is there more of that lightning left in Aaron Rodgers' right arm as he's now the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers? Welcome back to Bet Sweats, live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. We're in for Joe O and Sammy P the next couple of days. We'll power rank. It's a Wednesday. It's Bet Sweats. It's what they do around here. We will power rank the 3 reasons we believe the Steelers' offseason moves, and there have been a lot of big ones, will work, and 3 reasons we expect they won't work in just a moment here on Bet Sweats. 18 games, 19 if you count the pickup of a suspended game at Fenway this afternoon, being played across Major League Baseball today. 4 double headers from Washington, Philly, New York, and again in Boston. Plenty to talk about on today's card. We'll get into that in 20 minutes, and Eric Kratz of Foul Territory will join us exactly 1 hour from now here on Bet Sweats. It's been an interesting offseason, Kate, to say the least, for the Pittsburgh Steelers. From the trade for DK Metcalf, to the trade of George Pickens, to the signing of Aaron Rodgers, to the trade for Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith in exchange for Minkah Fitzpatrick. They are taking lots of big Aaron Judge-sized swings at this year's roster. General Manager Omar Khan and head coach Mike Tomlin. And we're here to tell people why it will or maybe won't work this year.
Yeah, Chris, I am very excited to hear what you have to say because you have a Steelers podcast that you do every day. And so you are locked into this stuff on a daily basis, whereas I'm kind of getting the information as everyone else is. You're a little bit deeper into the weeds. So if you want to start us off on your power rankings let's start with the reasons that they will fail.
You want to do bad first or good first? What
did we decide in the break? Bad?
We could start bad first. We could do
that. Did we decide on good?
We were trying to start on a high note, I think.
Okay, then let's do that.
Like
that's great.
This is so perfect for how the Steelers season is going to go. It's amazing. But I think good. Let's start with bad first. We can Chris end the segment on a good note. So we'll start.
There
with
we go.
I was putting my notes into the rundown for Gertch to do the rankings, and I was half listening to you guys talk in the break. So, all right, I guess we're starting with bad, Chris.
We'll start with bad. 3 reasons. I'll power rank the top 3 reasons all of these offseason moves will not work for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Maybe they end up 8-9, first losing record in Mike Tomlin's career. Maybe Aaron Rodgers is a miserable disaster. They don't even get to the playoffs, let alone get an opportunity to lose in the playoffs. Third reason would be a slow start for the offense creates chaos and does not give them the ability to work from ahead as last year's schedule did. You look at this year's schedule for the Steelers. Yeah, you start out with the Jets. You got the Patriots in the mix. You got the Vikings in Dublin. They need to get off to a fast start. They need to get off to a 3-1, 4-1 start so that week 7, I believe it is, they'll have a bye thrown in there as well. Week 7, they're going up against the Bengals, their first big divisional game because they have the Browns the previous week, with a 4-1 start to the season. Because if they get behind it record-wise, let's go over the last 6 weeks of the season. You've got the Buffalo Bills. You've got a trip to Detroit. You've got 2 games against the Ravens. And yeah, you've got the Dolphins and the Browns mixed in there as well. But this is a team that if it gets off to a slow start, given what we saw last year when they collapsed down the stretch, can't afford to have that happen again. Plus, you add in the fact that a slow start offensively could lend itself to some chaos. I mean, not that we've ever seen Aaron Rodgers call out a teammate before. Mike Williams would know about that. But it could make things a little sticky between Aaron Rodgers and Arthur Smith, who apparently right now are getting along gangbusters. But if things don't go so well, might not be great. So a slow start would be the number 3 reason. Number 2, I just alluded to it a little bit. This aging defense, if it falls apart, especially down the stretch, if it falls out of the top 10 in scoring defense, which it's been for the last several years, it's going to be difficult for this offense to win a lot of games 27-24, 31-28. As much as people are excited about adding an accomplished quarterback and DK Metcalf and Caleb Johnson, the running back out of Iowa, all the other moves that they've made, it's still not a high-powered offense. It's an offense that's going to be built around ball control and sort of slowly, methodically moving their way down the field and occasionally taking shots at DK Metcalf with Aaron Rodgers. If the defense can't hold up their end of the bargain, and Cam Hayward is not getting any younger. Yeah, he's been a late career wonder, but he's not getting any younger. TJ Watt not getting any younger. Minkah Fitzpatrick not here anymore. You've got Jalen Ramsey, who's in his 30s. Darius Slay isn't that young. This is an aging defense. They've done their best to build around that aging core with a bunch of young guys. But if they look like an old defense, they're going to be in trouble. That would be number 2 for me. And number 1 is simple. If Aaron Rodgers is more 2022 Aaron Rodgers, his final year in Green Bay when he threw a dozen picks, than he is 2020 Aaron Rodgers when he threw for nearly 50 touchdown passes, they're done. They're cooked. Rodgers can't be turning the ball over. Now, nobody expects him to be 2020 Aaron Rodgers again. But if he could kind of strike a nice little middle ground of 2021 Aaron Rodgers, I should say, which was actually his last full year in Green Bay, his next to last year in Green Bay, then I think the Steelers can get by. They'll be okay. But if Rodgers looks like a 42-year-old quarterback, then that's the number 1 reason this all fails and falls apart in Pittsburgh, Kate.
All right, Chris. I like it. We have a couple kind of overlapping themes. Mine are slightly different, so it all kind of works together. But my reasons that it doesn't work, the first one, or 3, I should say, is the fit at cornerback right now. Like Jalen Ramsey, bringing him in, as good as he is, you already have 2 great corners in Porter and Slay. So how are they going to utilize Jalen Ramsey? Great in-man coverage. He's versatile, but maybe not the same type of tackler that Minkah Fitzpatrick was. So just that overall fit and getting used to it in a new scheme in which you mentioned the schedule. Things have to click early on. How long does it take for him to get comfortable back there? And do they play him at safety at all? So there are question marks there. That with the early schedule's the easier part, but if things don't go well, you alluded to things unraveling as we go on. The egos between Aaron Rodgers and Jalen Ramsey, some of the other players on the team, like how does all that fit together? If Aaron Rodgers is the Aaron Rodgers that we saw with the Jets in terms of wanting to call the shots and things like that, not going to work out. Jalen Ramsey, he was frustrated in Miami, partly because they were losing a lot. And that always frustrates players, but then he kind of goes off the rails. If they lose early on in the season, does that happen with Jalen Ramsey? So one of my positives is maybe something that can negate that point. But I feel like within the latter years of Aaron Rodgers, you kind of have to worry about that component of him. Sounds like so far things are smooth sailing, but we also thought that was the case in his first season with the Jets. Think back to that first game when he was running out in the field with the flag. Like everyone was all pumped up and excited. That goes south very quickly. And then the last one is one that you mentioned is just age. Aaron Rodgers is 41. He's not in his prime anymore. Jalen Ramsey is in his 30s. Slay's 34. Cam Hayward, you mentioned, 36. Even Geno Smith, 29. Like he's not a spring chicken anymore. And so this is a older team. Now, again, there is a component to that could be a positive, but on the surface, you look at those ages and I think that can be a little bit concerning.
Yeah, definitely. We agree on that one wholeheartedly. And I think when we get to the positives here in a second, you're right. The egos and how they come together, can they be properly managed? There's definitely one reason that we could see it getting handled and maybe not getting out of control as things have in the Steelers locker room in past years with past incarnations of egos. All right, 3 reasons. I'm going to end on a high note here. 3 reasons I think the Steelers' offseason moves will work. I'm going to start at number 3. The guys we were just talking about being old. Jalen Ramsey, Darius Slay. Plus, you add in Joey Porter Jr., who's not old, but another one of those corners you mentioned, Kate. The 3 of them, look, NFL teams need 3 starting capable corners. As much nickel as everybody plays in this day and age, you have Ramsey, Slay, and Porter. That may be, with TJ Watt on the edge, a hell of a way to neutralize the quarterbacks you've got to play in their receivers this year. You play Joe Burrow with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins twice every year. You play Lamar Jackson twice every year. You got to play Josh Allen this year. Not to mention, as I mentioned earlier, a trip to Detroit late in the season, so you got to play Jared Goff indoors. They've got quarterbacks on the schedule who they've got to neutralize. You have those 3 corners, plus TJ Watt rushing off the edge. You've got a good chance at neutralizing those quarterbacks. Ramsey, Slay, and Porter, the corners especially, help you in that. Number 2, TJ Watt. Last time TJ Watt went through this whole contract extension negotiation thing in Pittsburgh, he held in at training camp. He showed up. He did a few things on the side, but didn't really take part in practices. It may be a full-on holdout this year. Seems to be slightly more contentious than it was several years ago. But that year where he held in, he ended up leading the league with 22.5 sacks. TJ Watt is going to be a motivated human once the Steelers end up signing him to this contract extension. He wants to prove that he's not just a replica of his older brother, Jage, and that he's not going to fall apart at this age. I expect a massive season from TJ Watt. That's number 2. And the number 1 reason I think the Steelers' moves will work, Aaron Rodgers and Arthur Smith have a mutual love of tight ends. This is going to look funny on the graphic. Rodgers loves tight ends. Sorry, I'm still 12 years old. But if they build this offensive game plan around their love of tight ends, who they've now got 37 of on the roster, Pat Freiermuth, Jonnu Smith, the young Darnell Washington, they've got an opportunity to go out there in a wide array of formations that leave teams wondering, what is the plan here? You've got backs that can catch the ball in Jaylen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell. You've added Caleb Johnson out of Iowa, as I mentioned earlier. So you've got a diverse set of weapons. Oh, yeah, by the way, DK Metcalf for Rodgers and Smith to use at their disposal. They seem to be getting along well right now and how they're coming up with this game plan. If they actually execute it that way come this fall, that'll be the number 1 reason the Steelers' moves work this offseason, because the offense finally starts to score some points.
All right. Still some overlap on us. You can take, I guess one of my negatives was fit, but you seem to think that the fit there with Jalen Ramsey and those 3 cornerbacks is actually a positive. So that, I mean, Steelers fans like yourself, Chris, I'm happy to hear that for you. My reasons for success here. Experience. I went back to age being a reason it doesn't work. That age could also be experience. And so maybe that does pay off, because Aaron Rodgers, you have someone who has been in the league for a very long time. DK Metcalf at receiver, like, he's been around the block. TJ Watt, they have a lot of players that have played in high leverage games, big time moments, those types of things. If those can all come together, that age could actually be a positive in terms of experience. Now, as long as these guys aren't getting injured because of their age or anything like that, I think being on the field, if they can get the Eagles and all that stuff to work together, that could actually end up being a positive. My second is similar to your first. Arthur Smith and his love for tight ends. You added Aaron Rodgers and his love for tight ends in there. But Arthur Smith has a long history of featuring that tight end, ran league high in number of plays and 13 personnel last year. Smith can be versatile, so they can use him in different roles within that tight end set. And Smith and Smith, Geno Smith and Arthur Smith have a history together. They were together in Tennessee. They were together in Atlanta. So that continuity there, I think, is something that can be a big positive for the Steelers moving forward. And then lastly, for me, it's just Mike Tomlin. Like, the guy hasn't had a losing season. He makes the playoffs, doesn't necessarily win in the playoffs. That's the next step here. But they made the playoffs, 4 of the last 5 years? And he also knows how to deal with some big names. deal with some egos in the locker room. Now, the Steelers have gotten rid of some of those in the past when they aren't working. But for the most part, if I had to choose a head coach in the NFL to deal with those types of big names, those types of big egos, I think Mike Tomlin is most suited to do so successfully. So, I mean, there are a lot of positives on this Steelers roster with the new moves that they've made.
Yeah, the first time Jalen Ramsey and DK Metcalf get in a training camp brawl, Mike Tomlin will be called on to manage it. The first time Aaron Rodgers is frustrated with the offense, Mike Tomlin will be called on to manage it, and all of that will be put to the test. But there you go. We each had 3 reasons it will work, 3 reasons it won't work for the Steelers this year. We take a look at some NFL futures in about 25 minutes as well on the offensive side of the ball, and a huge day of baseball. 18, 19 different games. We dive into the MLB card next right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
High drive. Towering into the Tuesday twilight. Shohei Ohtani, welcome home. Number 30 for Shohei Ohtani.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Dodgers handled their business early and often last night against the White Sox at home, a 4-run first. Then later, Shohei gets his 30th homer of the year, as you just heard there. It is Bet Sweats live coast to coast on the BetMGM network. Eric Kratz of Foul Territory going to join us at the top of the hour. So about 38 minutes from now, I'm Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable in for Joe O and Sammy P. The rest of the week, and there is a lot of baseball to talk about today. In 20 minutes, back into the NFL. On the offensive side of the ball, we'll take an early look at Offensive Rookie of the Year and Offensive Player of the Year numbers that we like, whether it's guys at the top of the board, maybe some better value down the board, and tell you why we like those numbers that are out there right now at this point. 1 hour from now, look, some of you are recreational bettors. Some of you bet for what seems like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It is your lifeblood. You live, eat, breathe betting. Whether you're at either end of the spectrum or anywhere in between, this could be affecting you. A piece of news that came out in the last 24 hours that is worth talking about. Plus, a little bit of a review of the Manning Passing Academy from over the weekend as well. All on the way before we get you our lightning bets as well. And in the final hour of the show, we'll be on Nesson Nation as well from 11 a.m. to noon Eastern. Today's MLB card includes a pair of games, a game and a half, a game and 2/3, I guess, up in New England, as they've got a suspended game to wrap up at Fenway before they dive into a second one. Doubleheaders in Queens, Philly, and D.C. So in total, Kate, there will be 19 Major League Baseball games decided today. With all the rainouts yesterday, there is a lot of action. 5 of them are afternoon starts. So there's plenty to look at, plenty to talk about, some interesting starters scheduled to go today in multiple spots, some interesting batter-pitcher matchups as well to take a look at. Where do you want to get us started?
I want to start with your Pittsburgh Pirates because they went on a nice little win streak earlier this week. And I mean, I guess they still are on that win streak. They won
5
last
in a row.
night.
Look at them go. Here comes the Bucko train. Look out.
That is a great accent right there. Is that what you guys sound like out there?
Yeah, you get up in the upper Midwest, you know, you talk like this. I want some cheese curds. Here, it's all about mushing letters together and overpronouncing vowels. So if you know anything like they talk out in Philly and Delaware, where it's Joe Flacco, we have a little bit of that, but then we smash things together too. So yeah, it's a big day out at the ballpark today for the Buccos. You know, you got Mitch Keller on the mound against Sonny Gray. I hate Cardinals. And Paul Skeens didn't get no run support again last night, but Buccos won, scored in the 9th inning.
Paul in the chat said that was like a Canadian leprechaun, and he read my mind. You sounded like Minnesota / Ireland comes together somehow.
So hot.
Yeah. No, it was good. It was good. It's better than the old Minnesotan accent where we really get crazy. But okay, so the bats quiet down yesterday because Paul Skeens on the mound. They just don't like rewarding Paul Skeens for his good behavior on the mound, because prior to yesterday, Pittsburgh was scoring a bunch of runs. So is this all kind of coming crashing down a little bit where we look towards Sonny Gray, who's been solid on the season? He's 8-2, a 3.36 ERA. That's where my mind goes in this game, is that maybe our luck has run out for the Pittsburgh Pirates going forward.
Yeah. A 5-game winning streak that they're on is their season high right now. It's been fun to see the offense take off previous to last night. I want to say it was something crazy like 37 runs in 4 games, the first 4 games of that winning streak.
Mm-hmm.
They absolutely blitzed the Mets over the weekend as their tailspin continues. But you make a good point. Sonny Gray on the mound today, afternoon game against Mitch Keller. The first 5 total is posted at 4, but it's even money if you take the under. So you're not laying any juice. I like that number because Keller has been pitching fairly well. Sonny Gray pitching well also. I do think we see the Pirates offense come back down, find their level just a little bit. Now, I'll say this. We've seen guys who are at the bottom of that lineup, like Tommy Pham has been producing lately. Not anybody who anybody expected anything from in the Pirates lineup this year. Had a great throw from left field last night, too, to cut down a runner at the plate. But, this is an up and down, mostly down offense that has found some things since the managerial change a couple months ago. Nonetheless, I would take the first 5 under 4 at even money and look for a little bit of an early pitcher's duel between Gray and Keller. Okay.
I can get on board with that. Another pitcher that I like where you could look towards unders, and maybe this is more of a full game under, but is Imanaga going for the Cubs today.
Mm-hmm.
If you're betting unders when he's on the mound, you're probably winning quite a bit this season. 7 of Imanaga's 9 starts this year have all gone under. Those games averaging just over 7 runs per game. And Cleveland's bats, are they really anything to fear or think that they're going to throw up a massive number today? I was outside earlier prior to the show for 10 minutes, went on a little walk around the block to try and wake myself up. I'm trying to cut down on the caffeine. And it wasn't overly warm here in Chicago. It's a nice 70-degree day. Probably get up to, high 70s, low 80s this afternoon, but humidity isn't crazy. So I'm not sure we're getting a ton of wind where this is a game where balls are flying out of Fenway. So I'm looking at the under. I believe that is sitting at 8 right now on the total in Cubs Guardians this afternoon. That's one of my favorite plays.
Yeah, that's one to keep an eye on, definitely because of the pitching matchup. Tanner Bybee going for the Guardians.
Mm-hmm.
So Bybee, Imanaga should be a good matchup. I'll tell you where I've got an eye on things. And I should have asked Rami Makloff about this when we had him on earlier to talk about the Bucks and the Packers and everything going on in Milwaukee. But the Brewers have a doubleheader today against the still reeling New York Mets, right? Freddie Peralta against Clay Holmes in the first game at 1:10 Eastern, 12:10 Central. And then in the second game, this dude has been absolute lightning since making his debut. Jacob Mizorowski will be on the mound for the Brewers. I don't know what the Mets are doing with their starting pitching in that game, but Mizorowski has been fantastic since getting called up. So I would definitely keep an eye on the Brewers, especially in game 2 of that doubleheader with the Mets. I'd look at Mizorowski props. I checked earlier. I hadn't seen any posted yet, but K props would be one way to keep an eye on him. He's striking out more than 1 an inning, I believe it is. He's pitching like a closer, putting up closer numbers as a starter. So the Brewers against the Mets are definitely a look in the nightcap tonight for me against the Mets.
All right, I got a question for you, Chris. How would you rate or compare Paul Skeens' start last year as a rookie to what Mizorowski is doing in his first couple starts as a rookie this year for Milwaukee? Because it almost feels like Mizorowski is trumping a little bit of what Skeens did last year.
It's very comparable, if not better, than what Skeens was doing at the start last year. I think the one difference is Mizorowski's gotten a little bit more run support, obviously. The Pirates' offense has been moribund for a couple of years now. But, yeah, I mean, when Mizorowski and Skeens went against each other last week, and it was Mizorowski went pitch for pitch with Skeens. And so I think it's a really good comp. It's something to keep an eye on as Mizorowski continues to roll this year. That's the first thing I thought of when I saw them pitch against each other last week. And one of the first things I thought, this morning as we were looking back at the Pirates once again not giving Skeens run support last night and Mizorowski going for the Brewers today. It's very Skeens-like the way Mizorowski has jumped in. I'll be curious to see what his all-star participation is like, if at all, because you get these guys who jump in, light the world on fire. Skeen's track record is now only about a year longer, but a little bit longer. I mean, they got a couple really good options for young guys to throw at the American League All-Star lineup when those rosters will get announced actually starting tonight.
And All-Star break is what, 2 weeks, week and a half away?
Yeah.
We're not far.
Not far at all.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Another game I like that I'll throw your way and get your take on it. The Astros in Colorado against the Rockies. I mean, Hunter Brown's on the bump. You have Austin Gomber going today, the lefty, and the Astros have hit lefties really well this season. 4th highest OPS, WRC plus against lefties in the month of June. I know we're in July, but it's only July 2nd, so we can still use that. And Gomber against lefties while pitching at Coors Field, 16 hits, 10 earned runs, 3 home runs. Like, it's just been bad. So I'm looking at first 5 innings for the Astros over 3.5 runs. Maybe I could check the price here for first 5 money line. I'm sure that's very juicy. Maybe even go run line. Or do you think that it's worth full game run line, something like that?
I would look at full game run line because it's actually, at least it was this morning. Yeah, it still is. It's posted at 2.5. So Astros laying 2.5 is -130. So they're making you pay for it. But to your point, Hunter Brown has been great this year. Austin Gomber is, well, Austin Gomber, and it's the Rockies against the Astros. The one look I really do like in that game is a homer prop. Christian Walker's +275 to go yard in that game. He's 7 for 17 lifetime with a pair of homers against Gomber. It's Christian Walker in Colorado against Gomber. All of it adds up, I think, that at that price, nearly 3-1, I like Christian Walker to homer in that one. And yeah, it's worth a look, I think. You know, you get a little uncomfortable when you see 2.5 on the run line, but it's the Rockies. I mean, I don't think you feel bad about laying run line against the Rockies in nearly any situation.
No, especially when games are in Colorado where good hitting teams can kind of take advantage of some of that altitude as well. I think that's always a solid angle there. Any other player props that you have on your card this afternoon, Chris?
I have a couple more that I wanted to throw out there. Aaron Judge, 378 lifetime hitter against Jose Barrios, going against the Blue Jays tonight with 5 homers in 42 plate appearances. It's a typical Aaron Judge price, +210, but hey, you're giving me 2-1 on Aaron Judge to go yard. By all means, I'll jump on that. And then the Royals and the Mariners tonight as well out west. Bobby Witt Jr., 5 of 11 lifetime against Logan Gilbert. So I like Bobby Witt Jr.'s total bases over 1.5. That's better than even money as well. It's a +120. So those would be some other player props I have an eye on today.
You think there's any way Cal Raleigh can win MVP?
I mean, if he comes close to hitting, the home run pace that he's on now, he has to be considered, right? I don't know. Look, it's just the only problem with Cal Raleigh is he plays out west. The only way anybody knows him is that they look up the home run number when they wake up in the morning and they go, oh, 30 home runs already before the break. Yeah, but they don't. If you put Cal Raleigh in a lineup in front of them, like a police lineup, they wouldn't be able to identify him. They just know the name and the number next to his name. So I can't get fully behind it, but he's definitely going to get some votes if he keeps up this home run pace.
I mean, Chris, I am not a massive Major League Baseball historian person. And so I know of Cal Raleigh because we look at these games a lot, but I first learned of him because they call him the Big Dumper, right? Like, that's what stood out to me. And I'm like, okay, well, I can remember that. That's an awful nickname to have, or maybe an amazing one. I don't know. But yeah, you're right. Playing out in Seattle, those West Coast times. Like if people aren't following what he's doing home run wise, it probably is not putting Jake thinks that is an amazing nickname, the Big Dumper. Maybe we need to start calling Jake Hassan the Big Dumper.
Not opposed.
This is a great question for Kratzy. Eric Kratz of Foul Territory going to join us in about 25 minutes. Also a catcher who has to appreciate the fact that a catcher is getting this much love and is having the season that Cal Raleigh has had. 4-1 right now for AL MVP. Aaron Judge still the prohibitive favorite at -1,000. But those are the two names right now. I mean, if you really wanted to take a swing on guys that are farther down the board, maybe a Bobby Witt Jr. or maybe a Junior Caminero, but I think it's down to those two guys right now as we speak. Raleigh, I think, just has to, like we said, he's got to get over the hump of being one of those guys who's out west. People see a third of his games, if any, and they couldn't, they could bump into him on the street and wouldn't know who he was. But if he approaches, if he gets up into the 50s, 55 home runs, something like that, how do you not look at that guy and throw a couple votes his way, even despite what Aaron Judge is doing? Yes, it's Aaron Judge. It's the Yankees. I'd be curious to see if there are sports writers out there who look at it and go, yeah, okay, it's Aaron Judge and the Yankees, but I'm going to be that contrarian. We know sports writers love to do that, who vote for the other guy. And if that helps Cal Raleigh at all, it's worth, like I said, talking to Eric Kratz about at the top of the hour. He'll join us from Foul Territory to talk about everything going on in Major League Baseball. Coming up next, an early look at the offensive side of the ball and some futures numbers for Offensive Rookie of the Year in the NFL and Offensive Player of the Year. That's next right here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Ward seemingly always at the ready. Look at him extending the play, and now downfield, touchdown. That is how Cam Ward does it.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
A realistic option for Offensive Rookie of the Year, the first overall pick of the NFL draft, Cam Ward. We'll get into that in just a moment as we take a look at some futures. Training camp just a few weeks away in most NFL locations, plus Offensive Player of the Year as well. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P the rest of the week on Bet Sweats. Hope you're getting ready to enjoy your 4th of July weekend. We will be here for you live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network, wherever you may be in the world. Inside your free Odyssey app, AUDACY, the third and final hour of the show, which gets started in about 17 minutes, will be on Nessun Nation as well, streaming live on Prime Video, Roku, Plex, Samsung, and LG channels as well. Eric Kratz will lead us off in that third hour at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific from Foul Territory. We'll talk about the big dumper, Cal Raleigh, and AL MVP. We'll also talk about everything else happening in Major League Baseball. Paul Skeens went yesterday, didn't get the win, even though the Pirates won. Jacob Mizorowski going for the Brewers later tonight against the Mets as well. Plenty to get into with Kratzy in just a couple of moments. But Offensive Rookie of the Year and Player of the Year numbers are out there, Kate. I don't know if you want to start on Player of the Year or Rookie of the Year. We can go either way. I'll say this. As for Rookie of the Year, maybe we could start there. Cam Ward at 250 at BetMGM, plus 250 for Offensive Rookie of the Year. Right there with Ashton Genty. I don't see it for either one of those two. Maybe I'm a little bit more realistic on Ashton Genty as a possible Offensive Rookie of the Year. But I think we're probably more likely looking at another wide receiver option for Offensive Rookie of the Year. What are your thoughts when we start to dive into that market?
I am in agreement with you that of those two, Cam Ward or Ashton Genty, I would feel more comfortable taking Ashton Genty. But then again, we have not had a running back win this award since 2018. For the most part, it's a quarterback award or a wide receiver award. So that right there makes me a little nervous for Ashton Genty, plus the offensive line with the Raiders. Like, the offensive line he'll be running behind, not all that great. So that makes me a little concerned as well. Do I think Ashton Genty is going to have a great season? Yes. Is it going to be worthy of Offensive Rookie of the Year? There are some more value plays further down the board. I'm just totally out on the Tennessee Titans this year. Even like if Cam Ward has a ton of upside, he's got a high ceiling, blah, 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 all those things. Great. I'm not sure he's going to be putting up the types of numbers to get to Offensive Rookie of the Year. Now, the thing to look for in this award is guys that are going to be on the field a ton. Like, it doesn't necessarily matter if you have team success for Offensive Rookie of the Year. That's a little bit more important for Offensive Player of the Year. But just being on the field, that is where you can kind of start to weed out some players that are maybe second, third, fourth on the depth chart that aren't going to get a ton of looks. So I'll throw one out for you, 30-1, a little bit of a homer play here. Colson Loveland, tight end for the Bears. Now, I just said you don't want someone who's going behind some guys, and Cole Kmet is the tight end number 1 for the Chicago Bears. But look who is the head coach here, Ben Johnson, the savior, right? He's just great with tight ends. That also is a weird thing to say out loud, that Ben Johnson's great with tight ends. But Sam Laporta, like, look back to 2022. Sam Laporta would have been Offensive Rookie of the Year that year. He finished third in voting. Puka broke a record that season in receiving yards. CJ Stroud won the award that year, took the Texans to the playoffs. Like, that was 3 great performances that year. Any other year, I think, Sam Laporta might have won that award. So Ben Johnson knows what he's doing with those tight ends. And he uses a ton of...
I'm sorry. I'm 12 years old. I can't.
We talked about hot dog eating contest yesterday, and Joe and I couldn't keep it together with girth. You know, the moist buns. It wasn't good. So I'm also 12 years old with you, Chris. But Ben Johnson, Uses 12 personnel, second highest in the league. So my point being that Colson Loveland is going to get plenty of playing time at 30-1 at that price. I like Colson Loveland for Offensive Player of the Year.
Would be the first tight end to ever win.
It would, which is not, following trends. Probably not like the greatest thing, but we don't always follow trends.
But no, we talk about tight ends.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So we do
I like the way you pivoted to instead of having to mention the phrase tight end again, you mentioned 12 personnel. That was really impressive pivot by you, Kate.
More professional of me, right? I'm a
Very
professional here, first and foremost.
Come on.
Yeah.
4th of July weekend coming up. We're not about being professional around here. I'll say this. I know we've had quarterbacks win the award each of the last 2 years in CJ Stroud and Jaden Daniels. I just don't see a quarterback like that in this class, up to and including the first overall pick, Cam Ward. I mean, what is he working with in that Tennessee offense? Seriously, what are we talking about? He has Calvin Ridley, Tyler Lockett, Van Jefferson. Is really a bunch of cast-offs in the receiving core. I don't know who he's going to lean on in the pass game. I imagine as a rookie, you're a little skittish. You're looking for the check down sometimes. If we want to talk about weapons who may flourish a little bit with Cam Ward at quarterback, maybe it's Chig Okonkwo, their tight end, who started to break out a little bit at times last year. I would keep an eye on him, but I don't see Cam Ward winning this. And to your point about Ashton Genty behind the Raiders O-line, and this not really being very realistic for running backs winning the award, was Saquon the last running back, I think, to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. It's just, I'm going to follow the trend in the opposite direction and look to stick with it and look for wide receivers. The easy answer, I think, is Travis Hunter. It's a short number at 6-1, but this guy's going to make an impact right out of the gate. And on the offensive side of the ball is where he's going to get his first opportunity to make an impact. So I think you could make much worse bets than simply going with someone near the top of the board here in Travis Hunter at 6-1. If I start to look for more value down the board, I brought him up an hour ago when we had Rami Makloff on from Milwaukee. I do think Matthew Golden has a chance to break out at some point, because I don't want to say it's going to be simplistic, but look, Jaden Reed is the guy they're going to lean on. I think Golden is a very strong number 2, may get a ton of deep shots. I think he can also be a possession guy in the middle of the field. So I really like Matthew Golden. And if we're looking for spots where you trust the quarterback to get the ball to his targets and where he has a decent supporting cast around him, Emeka Egbuka in Tampa, with Baker throwing him the ball at better than 30-1. I like as someone for some value down the board as well. Ohio State receivers come in, they make impacts, and Egbuka could be that for Tampa. As for Offensive Player of the Year, this is a little harder because I don't want to just simply take someone who's won it before, who's at the top of the board, Barkley, Chase. I do like Bijan Robinson a little farther down, 12-1 at BetMGM, maybe a little bit more value in a few other spots. And then if I go down even farther, there's been a lot of talk this offseason since the schedule was set about the Lions' strength of schedule. 3rd most difficult schedule, according to Vegas win totals in the league this year. Maybe that means the Lions are chasing some games this year. Maybe that means even more footballs in the air. Maybe that means a return to those target share numbers that Amon-Ra St. Brown had 2 years ago. This is a guy who I've really liked since he broke out a couple years ago. And at 20-1, I think it's a really good number. If you're looking for an Offensive Player of the Year, if the Lions do find some success in the regular season, push back against that difficult schedule, keep their heads above water in a difficult NFC North, I like Amon-Ra St. Brown at 20-1.
And always, for our listeners, do some shopping too, because Chris, I'm staring at a 28-1 for Amon-Ra St. Brown. There's a 9-1 out there for Travis Hunter as well. Those prices, I mean, those are even better value than what you just named off. So always do some shopping. I am going to go, and this is doesn't necessarily contradict you, but you liked Matthew Golden as a potential, just someone to look at for offensive rookie of the year. What about Josh Jacobs for offensive player of the year? Second year in the system with the Packers, and he was 6th in rushing yards in the league, 4th most rushing touchdowns. Now you add Matthew Golden, who is I expect to be a good piece for Green Bay receiving wise, where that receiving core all of a sudden looks a little bit better, more spread out. I still don't have like a true number one, but maybe that opens things up a little bit for Josh Jacobs. So he is further down the board. You're looking at 50-1. That's a value play. I mean, if you're going running back, Saquon Barkley is probably going to have the better season, but value wise, further down the board, 50-1. And again, shop because 22-1 at other places. So always try and get the best number in the futures market because those fluctuate a ton.
Yeah, and I think the really important point with Jacobs in the Green Bay offense, as you brought it up, is this is a true RB1 workhorse bell cow kind of back. Marshawn Lloyd is behind him. It's a pretty thin running back depth chart. If Jacobs stays healthy, he's going to get 20 touches a week, I think, without a problem, especially if they end up leading in games and they're trying to put things away. I like that look, especially at the price that you mentioned. Right. Josh Jacobs is a good call there if you're looking for one of those true, because look, Saquon winning it last year, I think the history of this award, the NFL Offensive Player of the Year, tells us that if it's going to be a running back, it's got to be one of those true workhorse, bell cow, RB1 kind of guys. Barkley last year, McCaffrey the year before that, obviously was a little bit more of a dual threat than Saquon, but Derrick Henry a few years before that. We go back to 2017, we're getting back to Todd Gurley, a little more bit of a diversified skill set, but these are all guys, go all the way back to Adrian Peterson in 2012. These are guys that touch the ball 20 times a week, bare minimum, and are at the core of what their offense is trying to do. So I think Jacobs fits that profile pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, of the other running backs down the board, I don't really think anyone fits the profile you just laid out. Derrick Henry at 14-1, like that's a decent number on a player who's going to get the ball quite a bit, but is he that true workhorse player like a Saquon or like a Josh Jacobs? That's kind of the question there.
Yeah, when a third of the carries every week end up in Lamar's hands by design some weeks, not just on the fly, I think those two sort of cannibalize or vulture each other a little bit in the Offensive Player of the Year market. Some numbers definitely worth taking a look at, and like Kate said, shopping around. We pivot back to baseball. Eric Kratz of Foul Territory joins us next here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network, wherever you may be in the world, right there with you inside your Odyssey app, AUDACY. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P the rest of the week. In 20 minutes, whether you're a casual bettor or a pro bettor, this is going to affect you. A bit of news that came out last night, plus some details, some review of the Manning Passing Academy. If you're one of those fans of an NFL team who doesn't quite yet have their answer at quarterback and might be looking for one next year, some insight on the Arch Mannings, Garrett Nussmeyers, Lenora Sellers, and Cade Klubniks of the world in a couple minutes as well. Lightning bets before we wrap up also, as one guy is going for a landmark number later today in Major League Baseball. Don't forget this final hour of the show also airing on Nessun Nation. Yep, that means you can get us on Amazon Prime Video, the Roku channel, Plex, Samsung, LG, wherever you are, you can watch the show. So get all the info that's in the numbers alongside Kate and myself here on the final hour of Bet Sweats. Eric Kratz of Foul Territory going to join us in just a moment to talk about MLB, everything going on, all-star teams about to be named. We were talking about MVP races. I'm sure Kratzy, being a catcher, will be excited about Kate's question about Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, maybe being in that serious discussion for AL MVP. If that ends up being a realistic notion for him, with Aaron Judge being the prohibitive favorite right now, we'll get into all of that. We got Hunter Brown going against the Rockies. We got Jacob Mizorowski going for the Brewers in the second half of a doubleheader tonight against the Mets. And the Pirates? What? The Pirates? Yeah, the Pirates win a sixth game in a row and complete back-to-back sweeps for the first time this year against Sonny Gray and the St. Louis Cardinals this afternoon. We'll get into all of it with the man himself, Eric Kratz of Foul Territory. Follow him on social media at EricKratz31. Joins us. This is what we call in the business, Kratzy, an early call time, because you're out in Vegas, brother, for the BetMGM Aria Poker Classic. So you're up and at 'em here today, man.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, let's be honest. 8 o'clock ain't that early, unless you made some poor choices at the poker table last night and you stayed in too long. Like they tell you, like if you do good, you can win money, and then you go, wait a minute, there's a lot better people out here. Way over my skis. So stayed up too late last night, but easy peasy this morning.
All right, so how is it going for the whole crew that's there for the poker tournament? Is anyone having success?
Down. Thumbs down. Dylan Patansis. Dylan, I guess we can say, kind of had success. Bought back in, so I don't know if that really, like, everybody's first entry was out. Gary Sheffield came to dinner after he was the last one out, and he goes, I don't know. He said, Chef can't be playing poker that late without some extra food in him, so I need that poker stamina.
I can imagine. Is AJ out there too? I can imagine Przinski having a field day with this.
AJ is like, he's that guy. When he sat down at the table, he said everybody looked at him. He was like, I didn't pay anything. He's like, I'm going to take all of y'all's money. And the people at the table, he said nothing. So he was like, well, this is boring. So if you play poker with me, AJ Przinski, Todd Frazier when he comes out, Kevin Pillar, we had Andrew Jones. Any of us, if you see us at the poker table, just talk and have a good time. That's all we want to do.
Well, we're going to talk and have a good time talking Major League Baseball here, Kratzy. We mentioned Cal Raleigh when Chris and I were talking today's card earlier on in the show, and he's having a great season, especially as a catcher, putting up the numbers that he is. Is there any shot that he's able to catch Aaron Judge for MVP this year?
Yeah, I mean, we actually, if you want to hear us talk about it even more, you can check out our show. We talked yesterday about it. The argument was that the first half, it's still Aaron Judge's award. Aaron Judge still won the award. So yesterday I looked at it, and BetMGM has plus 400 for Cal Raleigh to win the MVP. I love that kind of money because of the fact that we're going to see a historic season from a catcher. That's the biggest part. He's going to hit 50-plus home runs. Aaron Judge is probably going to hit 50-plus home runs. Aaron Judge is hitting 350-something right now. He was hitting 400 for most of the season. So it's two arguments. Aaron Judge is the MVP of the first half because of what he did. It was an incredible, historic first half, an OPS over 1,200. Then you look at what Cal Raleigh really doesn't even need to get hot to do. Just what he needs to sustain and continue to do. If I will lock it in guaranteed if the Mariners catch the Astros, which right now the Astros look like the Astros that we know, Cal Raleigh wins the MVP. So at plus 400, I'm locking that in.
You worried at all about the Derby? I know we have this conversation every year about guys who are tearing the cover off the ball in the first half, maybe unexpectedly in some cases. They go to the Derby and then something happens to the swing or they wear themselves out. Are you worried about it in Cal's sake where, this isn't a guy who has a track record of this historic home run production? He goes to the Derby and maybe loses a swing a little bit?
I don't think anybody has a track record of historic home run production. But what people forget is Cal Raleigh was the fastest Mariner ever to, I think, for 70 or 75 home runs, and he beat Alex Rodriguez. So that's historic. The difference is he was a catcher that was hitting 210, 220. You're like, oh, he's prone to strikeouts, whatever. He's got a big butt, all the things that they tried to keep him from getting enough notoriety. But to me, Cal Raleigh is built for the home run derby, like Pete Alonso is built for the home run derby. Absolute massive human beings who can just withstand the grind of the rigors of what the home run derby puts them through. I know football players, basketball players are going to say, oh, baseball players are so soft. Trying to swing a bat to hit a baseball as far as you can for 2.5 minutes, 3 different times, can be grueling. What it did to Aaron Judge hasn't been back to a home run derby. He hurt his front shoulder swinging, and he completed the home run derby with that hurt front shoulder. I'm not sure exactly what he had in his shoulder, but it bothered him then in August. But then he recovered, and that September, it was his rookie year. That September, he had 15 home runs on the way to Rookie of the Year, should have been MVP. But all that said, guys that can win it are guys that are just bigger, stronger, and they don't have to put 100% effort into what they're doing. And Pete Alonso is built the same as Cal Raleigh is built. You look at Ronald Acuna, they don't have to put in 100% effort swings. So I'm not worried about it. What I would worry about with Cal is he's catching every day. This is coming from a backup catcher. You play behind Cal Raleigh, you ain't playing. They got Mitch Garver. Mitch Garver gives him a blow once every 7 days. And Mitch Garver's their DH a lot when lefties are out there. So it's one of those things that's what's going to get to him. It ain't going to be the home run derby. Not for Big Dumper.
All right, speaking of Big Dumper, leads me right into this question we've been waiting to ask you. Where does that nickname Big Dumper rank among all-time MLB nicknames?
I mean, right up there. There's some nicknames that we can't talk about here. You can't talk about what guys call each other on, in the locker room, on the bench, that kind of thing. It's huge. I mean, especially when we talk about this day and age when everybody's like, A-Rod, A-Gone, J-Rod, my favorite was Niger Morgan. T-Plush. T-Plush just had that aura, and people would be like, oh, Niger Morgan, he wasn't that great a player, flash in the pan. I don't care. T-Plush, now the only thing that knocks it is I think he gave it to himself. So I need to have a nickname that maybe you didn't give to yourself, but T Plush. And he was always, he talked like this. Nigel Morgan, he was always had that voice, and it just mixed in with them. So it was creative. But when you have like nickname time when people aren't creative, like this one stands out for sure.
Niger was definitely ahead of the swag game, Kratzy. Like he was way ahead of the swag game with the Tony Plush, T Plush nickname.
Yep, as the kids say now, he's been swaggy. Like he was swaggy when we were in the bushes together. When he stood on business for swag. Like in the minor leagues, this guy was bouncing around, putting a man in the playoffs, get a big hit in the playoffs with the Brewers. That swag's gonna go way up.
Swaggiest man in Greenville, South Carolina. I'm sure of that. Back in the day, you brought up the obviously the big Niger Morgan moment in Milwaukee. The Brewers are standing in the way of the Mets trying to get off this schneid. They got rained out yesterday, so they got a doubleheader today. Oh, congratulations, Mets! You get to face Freddie Peralta, and then in the back half of this doubleheader, lightning in a bottle, Jacob Mizorowski. What do the Mets have to do before we maybe pivot to Mizorowski and some of the stuff he's doing? What do the Mets have to do to break out of this?
You when you're in a losing 13 out of 16 stretch, you're like, rain out. Oh, thank you, Lord. What a gift. And then you have to face Freddie P and the Miz. Like, that's tough. But ultimately, what this team needs to do is throw the rock. They need to pitch. They have not pitched. And it's a prime case of I told you so when things go bad. And it's a prime case of, man, David Stearns, Caleb Cotham, they are geniuses what they've done with this pitching staff. Finding, like you said, lightning in a bottle. I would say Mizorowski's not lightning in a bottle. I would say he is that fearful lightning storm that is coming every 5 days for any opponent in the NL Central. But they're trying to catch lightning in a bottle. They've done a great job. Look what they did with Sean Manaea. Look what they did with Luis Severino. Look what they did so far this season. Like David Peterson's done this for almost 2 seasons now. They're finding value in pitching. So when it goes bad like this, they don't need to panic. They don't need to go out there and, reinvent the wheel. They need to go back to what they were doing. And what they were doing was attacking the strike zone early and then finishing hitters before the count got back into hitters' favor. Recently, it's been nibble outside the strike zone and then try to come back in 2-1 count, 3-1 count, 1-0 count, and it's too much plate when you're behind in the count, which you have to do. The difference is before they weren't doing that. Before they were trusting their defense. Now as the season goes on, they're starting to realize this defense struggles a little bit. So maybe I got to get that strikeout. And they don't have guys that can get what I call early count strikeouts, where you're striking the dude out 0-1. You're striking the dude out, with the first pitch and you're dominating them. You sit there and you go, oh, man, like I'm fine if I'm at 2 strikes with some of these pitchers. And ultimately, injuries hurt. Griffin Canning was having an awesome year. He went down when he was starting to struggle a little bit, but that's tough. You lose a guy who was giving you big innings, that's tough. You have McGill. McGill was giving you big innings early. They need to right the ship, and to me, it has to start with strike one. You see them throw strike one in this doubleheader, I might be betting the under in both games, just saying. Or you don't see strike one, I'm going to be just double-clicking on that over as the game goes on live.
All right, Kratz, about a minute left, and then we'll let you get back to the poker tables. How sustainable is what Mizorowski's doing? Or maybe the better question is, how impressive has he been? Again, about a minute left.
I mean, exactly what you said. He has been impressive. The metrics say he's going to dominate. The metrics say the game is easy for him, so I hope he learns to pitch, squash some of these walks, because he's a guy that can walk guys and still get outs in the zone. I just need to see him continue to learn to pitch. And Chris Hook, the pitching coach, will guide him in that direction. He is going to sustain it, pick him, Rookie of the Year.
I like it. Eric, thanks for the time early this morning out in Vegas, man. Get back to the poker table. Cash in a little bit, okay? We want to hear some good stories, all right?
Deal.
All right. Eric Kratz of Foul Territory. Check him out on social media at Eric Kratz 31. And, of course, Foul Territory every single day. You know where to find it on YouTube. Great stuff from him on the Mets, on Jacob Mizorowski in Milwaukee. They'll meet each other in Queens later tonight and all over Major League Baseball with Cal Raleigh, the big dumper. His AL MVP chances are still there, says Kratzy. What about the Manning Passing Academy? It happened over this weekend. Some reviews on some of those young arms you may be looking at next year's NFL draft. That's next on Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Live coast to coast, it is the final hour of Bet Sweats. Also, easily viewable. I know you're listening nationwide, live coast to coast inside your Odyssey app, but also on Nesson Nation, the final hour of the show here on Bet Sweats alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P for the next few days, getting you ready for the 4th of July weekend. Lots of baseball. We just got done talking to Eric Kratz. If you missed it, catch it in podcast form as soon as it's up inside your Odyssey app. We talked plenty of NFL with training camp just a few weeks away now, including Offensive Rookie and Player of the Year, and why the Steelers' litany of offseason moves either will work or won't work. Way back in the first hour, in case you missed it, we got plenty of reaction from Rami Makloff in Milwaukee on the Bucks' waiving of Damian Lillard and the signing of Miles Turner. So plenty to digest in today's show. Manning Passing Academy, speaking of football, happened this past weekend as well. Some early reviews on guys for next year's NFL draft who you may want to keep an eye on, from Manning to Nussmeier to Sellers to Klubnik. Lightning bets before we wrap up here in the final hour as well. But something interesting was going on last night. I think we all noticed it at the same time on social media. There's legislation going through the U.S. Congress. It's been put through the House of Representatives, and now it's getting altered a bit, it sounds like, as it's going through the Senate. It's a big, beautiful bill. Might not be beautiful for bettors, though. It sounds like there is a change being made to this budget bill in Congress that would limit the offset of gambling losses to gambling winnings to 90% of what the losses actually were. So let's put this in some easy round terms. If you lost $100,000, you'd only get to offset 90,000 of that, which means if you won $100,000 while betting in a given year, you'd be paying tax on $10,000 of your winnings rather than bupkis, zero of it. It's a lot to sort of digest. It's a lot to figure out. And Phil Galfond, who knows how this stuff works, tried to break it down just a little bit in a video on X last night.
It means if you're a gambler, if you gamble during the year, recreationally, professionally, let's say that you broke even on a year, but you played a lot of sessions, you won $100,000 if you add up all the winning sessions, and you lost $100,000 if you add up all the losing sessions. Now, in the past, you'd pay zero tax on zero earnings, zero winnings. But now if this passes, you would pay as if you won $100,000 in winnings minus 90% of $100,000 in losses, which is 90,000 in losses, for $10,000. So you would have made $0, but you'd pay tax as if you made $10,000. Doesn't sound great, but not so bad. Here's where it gets really, really bad. If you are a high volume player, especially if you are a professional, you, over the course of a year, make $200,000 gambling. You don't pay tax on that $200,000. Wouldn't that be nice if we could keep paying tax on that $200,000, the amount we actually made? But what would happen is, let's say that over the course of all the sessions that we played throughout the year, we won $5.2 million and we lost $5 million for a net of $200,000 that we took home. Now we would pay as if we won $5.2 million minus 90% of $5 million, which is $4.5 million, for a fake net of $700,000. So you would make $200,000 during the year. You would pay tax as if you made $700,000, meaning in almost everybody's case, you would pay more tax than you made during the year. Completely untenable. You can't be a professional gambler in the U.S. if this goes through. And that will have a ripple effect on industries that depend on professionals. I know you think a lot of industries don't depend on professionals, but the poker industry does, the DFS industry does. I lived through 2011 Black Friday, which destroyed online poker in the U.S. completely. And during that time, when it was happening, I was like, there's no way. It got stuck at the last minute on some port security bill that had nothing to do with gambling. And some lobbyists got them to stick this in. It snuck through in the 0 hour. And now, somebody's going to figure this out. Somebody's going to turn around. It's ridiculous. And nothing happened. We're 14 years later, and now a handful of states offer legalized and regulated online poker. What has happened And what will happen so much more if this bill passes is that the players will go gamble with offshore operators that are unregulated. The U.S. will not see those tax dollars. The players will be, in many cases, less protected. They will not have the same level of anti-money laundering security, responsible gaming security, meaning they don't let you become a problem gambler because they make sure that you can afford to lose what you're losing. There are a lot of things that within the regulated market, they protect consumers from for obvious reasons. And I get it, some people don't say the poor professional gamblers that are taking the money of the casinos and the sports books or the non-professional players. But this will impact all the players and it will impact industry. And it would be crazy if it got through, but it certainly could.
Again, that's Phil Galfond. He knows what he speaks of because he's a professional poker player, the founder of Run It Once, which is a poker strategy site as well. He's even a poker coach. So the guy knows what he's talking about. Look, there are plenty of people that listen to the BetMGM network every day, Kate, I would think, who are probably more like you and I, who bet recreationally. But there are also pro bettors out there who will be more affected by this, regardless of where you're at on the spectrum. Whether you bet a little bit or a lot, you are going to be affected by this, as well as new state laws that have been passed in some places that affect tax dollars being taken out of whatever you're betting. In this case, whether you're winning or losing.
Yeah, and what Phil said is it's just going to force a lot of people to go use offshore books, especially and mostly the professional gamblers, because you're right. This largely does not affect recreational gamblers, myself included in that, in like a massive way, but it will force those that are betting more to go offshore. It also, one of the other implications of this is, like, a lot of people I've seen on social media up in arms over this Malik Beasley stuff, the Jonte Porter stuff. Like, see, now that gambling's legalized, athletes are starting to partake in it. No, now that gambling's legalized, we can track what's going on, and athletes are getting caught and paying for, the consequences of that. That's going to go away as part of this if more people move to offshore sports betting, because the United States is not going to be able to track that. So they're not going to be able to know that Malik Beasley had these bets, that Jonte Porter had that. Like, that'll be in just another ripple effect from this type of law and other laws that are going on in various states that are just making it harder or more difficult to bet, capitalize on betting, having to pay taxes, all of that grand scheme of things.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. And there's also the consequence of when professional bettors stop using the regulated books and move their money offshore. You better believe that, like we've already seen with some of the state taxes enacted in some places, it's going to affect the prices even recreational gamblers get at those books, because they've got to make up that money somehow. And they're going to look to make it up off of the back of recreational bettors by juicing the prices a little bit more. Odds won't be as good. So it's something that, yes, you're absolutely right, impacts professional bettors and gamblers a whole lot more than it affects recreational bettors like you and I. And I would think many of the people listening and watching the BetMGM network, but there are trickle-down effects and consequences if this does end up getting pushed through the Senate. Again, it was being talked about a lot last night on social media. So to those of you that may have missed it, we wanted to bring it up this morning and just give you a chance to go investigate it a little bit more and see how it may or may not affect you, but definitely something to keep an eye on as that budget bill gets pushed through the U.S. Congress. Back to the actual sports side of things, and the Manning Passing Academy took place this past weekend. A bunch of big names were there. Obviously, Arch Manning. He's been going to this thing since he was 4 years old. Garrett Nussmeier of LSU, Lenora Sellers of South Carolina, Cade Klubnik of Clemson, as well as many others. Todd McShay had a write-up on social media talking about what he saw from a lot of these quarterbacks. And one of the main things I took away is that guys who are comfortable being in this atmosphere, again, Manning, Nussmeier, whose dad is the offensive coordinator for the Saints. He's in a football family. We're very comfortable taking charge in this atmosphere, whereas guys who maybe aren't as comfortable, like Lenora Sellers, may have been a little bit more, and they all performed well, it sounds like, according to McShay, but may have been a little bit more reserved or introverted. Just something to keep an eye on. But the reviews on all, I'll just name those four again: Arch Manning, Garrett Nussmeier, Lenora Sellers, Cade Klubnik, were pretty good from McShay and others who witnessed the Manning Passing Academy over the weekend.
I would love to, and I mean, I don't know if this information is even out there. Probably a very long time and unnecessary amount of time to go back and look at this. But of the previous Manning camps, of the players that were noted as being a little bit more reserved or shy or just not as outspoken as those top players, how have they fared in the NFL? Have they made it to the NFL? Like, is there any trend there? Because that confidence of being at a Manning passing camp academy and kind of being able to command the room, I would assume translates onto the football field as well, and just gives you more success that way, where I just am curious as if there's any trend there. I don't think we'll ever really be able to know that unless you go back through all Todd McShay's reviews of this for a while, but just kind of an interesting thought.
Yeah, and I think it depends, I think, in large part on how your head coach wants your quarterback to operate, right? And what they expect of a rookie quarterback when they walk into the building. In this day and age, a lot of guys, they want their rookie quarterback, especially if they're a first-round pick, which some of these guys are projected to be in that area. They want them to walk in and, like you said, own the room, so to speak, and be able to command an offense or a team filled with veterans, which has got to be tough for any, 21, 22, 23-year-old to do. They walk into an NFL locker room, but that's the kind of confidence you have to have in some cases, and that I think more coaches than not want to see when they draft a rookie quarterback, especially in the first round. And it sounds like Manning, Nussmeier, Klubnik in particular showed that this past weekend. But then, if you're a team that's willing to sort of slow play your quarterback situation, again, I'll use the Steelers as an example since we talked about them earlier and I'm somewhat close to the organization. Aaron Rodgers is going to play a year, and then next year, depending on where they draft, given all their draft capital, they're presumed going to have an eye on a quarterback in the first round. Could be one of these guys. Maybe not Manning, but Nussmeier, Sellers, Klubnik, Drew Aller. If they're looking to give that quarterback a year to sit and learn and adjust, then I think you're much less likely to put as much weight and stock into, this guy's got to walk in and command the room right off the bat. You look at it and say, no, we want to bring this guy in. He's going to sit behind Mason Rudolph or whoever your backup quarterback is for a year as a stopgap, and then we'll hand him the keys to the offense and the reins to things. I think you're much less likely to look at the more introverted guy at this Manning Passing Academy and say, well, yeah, he's just in a different, uncomfortable situation than maybe he's been in before. And I think we don't see that as often in today's NFL, Kate, where teams are willing to give young guys, especially at a position like quarterback, the time needed to develop and adjust to the situation that they're in.
Well, we've also had in the past couple of years, a lot of rookie quarterbacks have early success, and that isn't always the case. Like, for the most part, sitting a year behind someone, behind a more veteran quarterback and learning from them has been the path to success. Like CJ Stroud, a little bit of the exception, even Bo Nix last year, the exception, Jaden Daniels. It's just been an anomaly the last couple of years where I don't think that's necessarily the case. So in the McShay article, he said that Lenora Sellers was a little bit more of a reserved introvert at times throughout the weekend, but also mentioned that he was a good kid and had a great maturity. So those are types of things that, like, give him time to sit behind someone. He could grow if he's ends up being drafted and is a rookie. 19-1 to win Heisman right now. I also thought it was just a very fun kind of interesting note. Garrett Nussmeier, all the players at this camp were throwing a football and trying to make it into a hoop 40 yards away. He was the only one to do it, but he went last. He sat behind all 45 other guys waiting to see how they did it. And then he was the final one to do it and made the bucket with throwing a football. And that kind of spoke to his competitive nature and whatnot, but also pretty good accuracy.
Yeah, Nussmeier's an interesting one to watch for me this year at LSU because I'm curious to see how he carries himself. I've heard from some that, it sounds like he's talented enough. Very self-assured, very confident. So, look, when you're Arch Manning, Garrett Nussmeier, Lenora Sellers, one of these top quarterbacks in college football, you're going to have that, I think, to a certain extent. But how does it translate once you get into those meeting rooms at the combine and pre-draft a year from now? And are we talking about this same group of 5 quarterbacks, Manning, Nussmeier, Sellers, Klubnik, Aller, as possible first-round picks a little less than a year from now? We'll get ready to wrap things up. A landmark moment could occur in Major League Baseball today, plus lightning bets next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network every weekday from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. It is Bet Sweats alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. We are in for Joe O and Sammy P the rest of the week. If you missed anything, you know it's always up in podcast form inside your Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Just search Bet Sweats. Great conversation earlier with Eric Kratz. Some Wednesday power rankings on whether we think the Steelers' moves this offseason are actually going to work or not for them. And a whole lot of talk in the first hour about the Bucs signing of Miles Turner and waiving Damian Lillard, including a visit from Rami Makloff in Milwaukee. It's all there waiting for you. Thanks to those of you as well joining us in the final hour on Nesson Nation, on Prime Video, Roku, Plex, Samsung, and LG channels. Lightning bets in just a moment here to wrap up. A lot of baseball plays because there are a lot of baseball games being played today. 18, 19 games across Major League Baseball. Double headers in 3 or 4 different places. Some big names on the mound. Peralta, Mizorowski, Imanaga, Hunter Brown. Plenty to throw at the board if you're interested in betting on baseball today, where a handful of those games that I mentioned are being played this afternoon, too, getting started here shortly. But speaking of baseball, somebody could hit a landmark number tonight. Kate, the Dodgers against the White Sox. There's probably a pretty good chance this happens against the White Sox. That would be very White Soxian of them. Are facing Clayton Kershaw and the Dodgers. Clayton Kershaw now sitting just 3 strikeouts away from 3,000 Ks. It could definitely happen tonight in LA. Kershaw hitting the 3,000 strikeout mark.
Yeah, I mean, if you're 3 away, the one team, well, there might be more than one, but one of those teams that you want to go against to get that is the Chicago White Sox tonight. I mean, the Dodgers at minus 320 on the money line. And there are a lot of various Kershaw props out there tonight because of this. To record 3 strikeouts in the first inning, that's going to be difficult, right? Doesn't happen all that often. 12-1. Kershaw to go 3 up, 3 down in the first inning, even money. So there are just ways if you want to get creative and maybe some more props around this potential record. But I mean, becomes a part of a very exclusive club. Only 20 pitchers in Major League Baseball history have reached this number. Only 4 lefty pitchers have reached this number. So, I mean, gotta tip your cap to the guy. I mean, he's been around for and done it with one entire franchise, the Dodgers, the entire time. Like, that's pretty impressive too. So, eyes will be on Clayton Kershaw tonight. Although that game is so late, Chris. It starts at 9 Central, 10 Eastern. That's getting close to my bedtime. May have to catch the highlights in the morning.
Yeah, for a glimpse of history, though, it might be worth it.
You're like, no, I'll stay up.
Yeah, and if you're looking to have just a little bit of fun with a prop that isn't such a long number, Kershaw's K prop today, over 4.5 is minus 130. I don't know if that's worth it to you or not. Maybe you find an alt line on strikeouts to have a little bit of fun with it. As for Clayton Kershaw going for his 3,000th strikeout tonight against the White Sox, you say it's not likely he strikes out the side in the first inning. You're right. It's not likely, but against the White Sox, it's kind of something
That's true.
You're tempted to put a couple bucks on.
Yeah.
Just to have a little fun with it, just to see. Again, probably not going to happen, but definitely something worth keeping an eye on today as there's a lot of baseball being played. Where do you want to get started for lightning bets today, Kate?
First of all, I'm sure we will be recapping Kershaw tomorrow morning on the show. Yes. You and I will be back tomorrow morning, so listeners can look forward to that. Let's start. I'm going to start in Chicago. Cubs here. I'm going to go under 8 runs in this. Cubs versus Guardian. I'm going to back Imanaga to have a great outing. Tanner Bybee has not been terrible either. Under, though, in Imanaga, I mean, that's kind of the main component here for me. Under in 7 of his 9 starts this season. Cleveland's bats aren't all that great. It's warm here in Chicago, but the wind come around 6 p.m. is going to switch from blowing east out of Wrigley to west, a.k.a. blowing in at Wrigley, or I guess more so to the side, that would be the West, obviously. But so I don't think we're going to get humidity isn't crazy today. So I like the under there. I'm also going to go Astros. I'm going to go Astros team total over 3.5 runs in the first 5 innings.
Okay.
Going up against a lefty. They've been great at hitting lefties this year. And they're at Coors Field, altitude, everything I just said, not about Chicago, is kind of a factor in Colorado this afternoon.
I like that. Definitely. As for player props, because that's really, I mentioned earlier, Cardinals, Pirates, first 5 under 4 at even money is a look that I kind of like, because I don't, Pirates offense stalled out a bit last night after scoring 37 runs or whatever it was in 4 games to start that winning streak that began with the sweep of the Mets. It's Sonny Gray. It's Mitch Keller. Although it is an afternoon game, a little steamy in Pittsburgh today. Maybe the ball jumps a little bit, but I'll take the first 5 under 4 runs at even money on Cardinals Pirates today. And then I got player props spread out all over the place. We'll start with the ones I mentioned earlier. Aaron Judge, career 378 hitter against Jose Barrios up in Toronto tonight. 5 home runs and 42 plate appearances against Barrios. He's better than 2-1 to homer today, plus 210 at BetMGM. You mentioned the Astros and the Rockies tonight in Colorado at Coors Field. Christian Walker, plus 275 to homer. He is 7 for 17 lifetime against Gomber with a pair of homers. So we'll throw a homer prop at that one as well. Bobby Witt Jr. against Logan Gilbert as the Royals visit the Mariners tonight. 5 of 11 lifetime, so I'll go over 1.5 total bases there. That's better than even money at BetMGM. It's plus 120. And I just found a strikeout number on Jacob Mizorowski for tonight. And so far, I'll just go over the lines real quick for Mizorowski and what we've seen in his first 3 starts. 5 innings against St. Louis, he struck out 5. 6 innings at the Twins, he struck out 6. 5 innings against the Pirates last week, he struck out 8. So yes, that's 19 strikeouts in 16 major league innings for Jacob Mizorowski. I'm going to go 6+ Ks today for Mizorowski. It's plus 125. I found that number out there. So the Miz, as Eric Kratz called him earlier, 6+ Ks at plus 125. I'll jump on that player prop today for Major League Baseball as well to go with the Cardinals and the Pirates first 5 under. But yeah, you're right. We'll be back tomorrow. We're here early on Friday morning too, 4th of July, here to kick off your 4th of July weekend with you with some proverbial fireworks. I don't know. It may just be nonsense talking about hot dogs and tight ends. That's always a possibility too.
I mean, that's been a theme of the show this week, Chris. Also, I want to just throw this out there. I may get to this today. I want to do a little bit more digging on when Caitlin Clark is going to be returning. But everything with the Fever winning the Commissioner Cup last night, all over social media, they were partying hard in the locker room last night. Plenty of beverages flowing. They have the Aces coming into town. Aces are a 1.5 favorite on the road against the Fever. I think this team, the Fever team, might be a little hungover on Thursday. Like, I know they have today to recover, and they're young, but the fatigue will still kind of be there a little bit. That I may look at. Yeah. Vegas minus 1.5. And that game's on Thursday. So that's not played tonight. So we have some time, but that's just to throw that out there as something I have my eye on.
That's not a bad look, actually. That's a really good thought, actually, coming down off the Commissioner's Cup, which, by the way, I don't know. Did you see this? Red Panda, who does all the crazy tricks at halftime, was injured last night during halftime of the Commissioner's Cup final, doing one of her tricks at Target Center between the Fever and the Lynx. She's got the unicycle, and she balances the bowls on her head. I guess she fell, looked like she hurt her wrist, and was a little shaken up. She tried to get up and walk off, but they had her kneel back down and then brought out a wheelchair to get Red Panda off the court. I hope she's okay.
I mean, I think we should have led the show with that, Chris. That's a mistake on our end because that's big news.
Big whiff by us.
I've seen Red Panda perform a ton. I've never seen her fall, and I think that we probably would have seen it on social media if she's taken spills at other places. Like, that blew up last night. So, hey, thoughts, prayers out to Red Panda. We got to get her back on that unicycle ASAP.
T's and P's, as they say, going out to Red Panda. Get yourself healthy. Probably, if Paul had not been sort of short timing today, knowing that he's got a long weekend ahead of himself, he probably would have reminded us of that at the top of the show.
It's a bad job by me. Like, just terrible producing. Almost got through this whole show without getting thrown under the bus, but thank you guys. Chris, I have a question for you because I'm seeing way too much delusional stuff coming out of your counterparts on the other side of the state. TJ Watt's not getting traded, is he? He's certainly not getting traded to the Eagles, right? Like, this is so dumb. So dumb. Stop
I just saw another report on Twitter about that.
Oh, my God.
Say Joe Giglio's name, Paul. Say Joe Giglio's name. Throw him
It's not just him. It's not just him. I understand
it's everybody.
why Joe is doing it, and I respect the game, and I respect the content. And someone Chris and I know fueled fire to that with Joe G. Pony, what's up, Pony? Why are we doing this? Isn't happening. Like, Chris, tell me I'm crazy. Like, please tell me I'm nuts. Like, I'm one that's wrong.
No. You're absolutely right. He's not getting traded. Shameless plug for my podcast on the side, Cabali and Mac, with Mark Cabali, who's probably as close. Not a lot of people that cover the team are close to TJ, but if anybody's quote unquote close to TJ, it might be Mark. TJ's not going anywhere. I've argued since all this stuff started to swirl. All he's waiting for is to see how much Micah gets so that he can ask for something close to what Micah gets, because we're still waiting on one more contract extension to get done this summer, and it's Micah Parsons. And TJ Watt will sign before the first game. You think he wants to go out to Latrobe and sweat his rear end off at training camp? Nah, he'll be fine. Don't worry. 22.5 sacks the last time he held out. It's all good. Everybody relax. We'll be back tomorrow. Well, Paul won't, but we'll do Bet Sweats anyway tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.